That shit's gonna bite him in the ass.
Yeah. When he only has like 10 health, it's a bit scary, but...
Yeah, but, like, in the early levels, death saves are a common occurrence.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna say that joining into the game, I felt like I'm walking into a fucking Pokemon arena.
Yes.
I joined and I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yes.
Pikachu Thunderbolt!
No, Onyx felt nothing, because Pikachu is not. You shouldn't have done that.
Fuck!
Onyx, quick, attack the spectators!
Son of a bitch, no! Not again! We can't!
Onyx, we're losing.
We can't pay for the reparation cost this time!
Ditto, turn
Onyx,
into a gun.
Oh my god! It's a massacre! What the fuck is going on?
Ditto, turn into a Colt 45 and jump into my hand.
Fucking Christ!
This is a robbery.
Yo, don't come to fucking Pokey School tomorrow.
Quick, Ditto, turn into a Browning M51!
Ditto, I need you to become an MG42.
Ditto, transform into Howitzer.
Voltorb, self-destruct! Oh, I'm happy. It's a good fucking day.
Reminds me, I also need to find new music for my game. Haven't done that.
No, I love having Skyrim combat music every fight.
Yeah, it's thrilling, isn't it?
Hey man, I played 600 hours of Skyrim, I'm used to it.
Okay. I did it for the meme, but I'd like to be a little more serious.
A little bit.
Just a little bit. Not too serious. I'm keeping those tracks, but I'd like to get some more.
Get some Witcher combat music in there.
Sure, I'll do that.
Witcher's got good combat music.
I bought fucking 40 clan rats and my dumbass was like, I don't need to check if I have glue.
Just use duct tape.
WD-40.
What? No. Not that.
WD-40.
It's not the sticky one.
Yeah, I'm a sticky one.
Rasengan!
Rasen AK.
What the fuck?
Rasen anti-material rifle.
Oh god. Rasen Black Hole!
I'm sure there was some Naruto technique that did that. It's been so long.
Black hole? I mean, that's effectively just a truth seeker orb.
Oh.
Yeah. Talk to e-girls.
Yeah, I'm watching Molly.
We're gonna be hitting them e-girls, bro.
Don't hit e-girls. They're electronic, you can't reach them.
Electronic girls. So, last time on Festering Face.
Oh shit, right, D&D.
You fuck.
Why you're here?
I slapped the nips right off your chest.
Right up your body.
After dealing with an eclipse of Xymon that had lasted for about 48 hours, from what you could tell, a very harrowing situation, as well as being greeted by bloodbane from some of the previous combatants of the long-lost war, very quickly retreated to Lucius's domain within the mansion and managed to protect yourselves staving off the rest of the night after slaughtering as many as you could before going back inside. Knowing full well that the strange Warforged dragon that Bloodbane had shaped from all the various dead Warforged around, and proceeded towards Zonwell. After which, you'd finally had a chance to fully explore the area in the forest when things had quieted down during this time of the eclipse. To which, after, you immediately proceeded into the forest listening to someone beckoning. Before your very eyes, you saw the world and environment shift, almost like if you were stepping through another doorway into an entirely different realm. At that point, you could see that the trees itself and the walls were being almost shaped like gnarled roots and consuming the area, shadows dancing across the veins of it, all the way down to beautiful teal waters that were running off the sap and blood of this estranged tree. Upon reaching the final area of it, you had heard the soft voice of Simon, goddess of suffering, that you found out very quickly, realizing that she is offering out better gifts to those who are willing to sacrifice parts of themselves. Upon realizing what this actually meant, and also in the demonstration of how she grants people power through suffering and teaching of pain, many of you had refuted the gift and even offered to give it back, after feeling a good portion of your life force being pulled away for some others who are now imbued even stronger and closer to the goddess of suffering. It's left everything askew. Some thankful for the gifts, others that are seeking better endowments and protection, being able to well guard themselves, as even the acknowledgement of from between Zymon and Chromesteel that he does not worship her, though seemingly still happy to impart her gifts. As Leoris had refuted and even ignited her gift of Elistray in the presence of Zymon, you tell that it festered to, well, what seemed like a distant hatred to immediately manifest, and even stared her down for a time within. Which at that point, even the shadows, as the will of Zymon had bared down on Leoris, and even Elaine offering back the gifts as well, quickly seemed to lurch and hunt you out of her domain to make sure that there was no retaliation, as far as you could tell, almost despising the fact that you had brought the presence of another goddess as boon within her domain. After finally leaving with these gifts and the betterment and knowledge of this curious god, brought some character judgment questions to some people's minds, others that have, well, more or less fully vested and trusted with her gifts and training, even if it is not for the weak in the least bit. Started continuing your travels back towards Stratham and came across what seemed to be a horse from Zonwell. You assumed maybe the paladins at first, but then realized that theirs were summoned and were much faster. This one was a draft horse from the kingdom of Zonwell. Came to realize that somebody had moved very quickly and fast away on foot in the midst of the 48-hour eclipse. But upon that realization, you saw that the paladins tried to pursue them, but then quickly fell back and seemed to have had tracks collecting more other the travelers and merchants on the roads, protecting them along the way. After finally arriving in Stratham, seeing the state that it was in, the various large insects that had attacked the town, and the paladins that were thankfully there to protect it, rebuilding, trying to gather themselves, seeing that it's been a few days. Obviously, much of the damage has finally been pushed away, but still much to be attended to. Julius Lucius went around and started marking out a location on the previous temple to be able to make a mighty fortress in the place where the teleportation circle would be permissible and protected as well, with Otwin and Bailey watching over it. After this demonstration of power, it definitely garnered the attention of much of the townfolk, as well as one of the other Warforged that still remained there that you know full well as Ghost. After he quickly approached and asked to meet with the fiery-haired woman that is supposed to be in your group, very quickly passed something over to her. A curio. After passing this over, so I'm assuming it was a delivery of a carpet, though seemingly wrong, much smaller. He was very happy to let that pass on, as obviously the party had already seen the wanted posters of Cal for the murder of Prexen, bounty leader. The reward, a hefty 40,000 gold. After this realization, it had strained quite a few of the relationships between the various people here, and left some wondering what to do as they explored some of the citadel and started getting used to, well, the layout of the location. After some conference were had, people looked over. We are finally back to this point now at the pinnacle of which the party has been stretched thin of its trust for the moment. Curious what to do, but also with the path that Shantri and the others had of the company. As far as you could tell, Shantri and Galeth seemed to be the only ones fully vested with the idea of traveling across the arid wastes towards Elbel. But that's also for safety on their mind. And we finally come back to now, as Dumas Lucius is finishing out getting everything collectively set after Cromsteel has managed to calm the townsfolk when they were trying to retaliate, and planning out at least a feast so for at the night they can come in and enjoy themselves in a little more revelry and not have to worry or guard themselves or even wonder how they're going to restore some of the lardas and other storehouses that were destroyed in the midst of this 48-hour nightmare. So, here we are now. The day would be Quishius, the first day of the month, Hish. The moon Yumiya would be at a waning crescent.
Let's go find Elaine and talk about our feelings.
I feel pain.
Not your feelings.
No one cares about your feelings.
Fuck.
Oof.
This is why I'm not nice.
To be fair, you were basically a vegetable for most of the time we've known you. You weren't a aggressive ear of corn.
I like that. That's a good way to put it.
Alright, so, Go ahead and just roll me a quick investigation and see how fast you find Elaine in this new home.
Not fast.
Definitely gonna take a little while. It's just a very exorbitant amount of space, and still having to get used to the various corridors. You can tell that Lucius has set this up to be a little more confusing than necessary, but you could tell that's out of his own paranoia from what you've told him already. Obviously, just to make it more difficult to raid if it were to come to that.
Like 10 minutes into walking around the halls, I say to myself, I swear to God, Junius, if these halls magically switch around. Swear to God.
Do it. Switch.
I swear to Yorickson.
To see an
He
invisible.
can't help you.
I cast wall switch from the roof.
Oh god.
The door just starts shutting in on you. You're now trapped in a one-way hallway that has no exit. Oh, no.
No.
Eventually, you will find an area that looks a little scorched. But you also see, as you peer,
Scorched. Why?
as you peer through the doorway, what looks like Bailey comforting Elaine.
There.
You would see, probably for the first time ever, Elaine's arm is completely bandaged. And quite red.
Yeah, I'll come into the room. Are you alright? What happened?
I had a bit of a panic attack. And just points towards the wall. No, I'll be fine.
You have hurt yourself.
Not intentionally.
Nevertheless, I will heal you a bit, if that helps. Just some lay on hands.
Thank you.
Leoris is quite upset.
I could see that. Well, I did put her friend through a lot of trouble. Crumb, I think you should carry this. And she'll hand the wrapped up blade to you.
That seems very evil. I don't know if I want to hold it.
Gimme.
I don't trust you to hold it, though.
Throw me the idol.
I'll behave. Sometimes.
Well, if you... I bought this to help destroy your enemies. But if you don't want to carry it, then I guess I'll continue to do so.
Believe you hiring Cal to kill Prexon was a burst of anger?
Was it was foolish.
It was.
After I learned that there were so many more people that he had harmed, I just wanted him to suffer. everyone's suffering for destroying my abuser. It's funny.
Well, he had power over you for quite some time. And the moment you had power over him, you abused it.
Revenge is always a dangerous game.
How old are you, Crumsteel?
A little older than 3 at this point.
3.
I understand that my upbringing is not the same as anyone else's.
You may not understand how it feels to be forced to live away from your family for 17 years. Out of fear of being killed on the streets like a dog. She just puts her head down.
I myself have not experienced that, but my people have suffered millennia of that sort of treatment. We have been used as tools for as long as we've existed.
And you don't want to destroy the ones that force that upon you.
We do, and we have done that, but it is time for change.
I guess I sort of did just sound like Bloodbane when I said that.
A little bit. You took the easier, more direct path. What we're trying to do here is to end the problem at the source, change people's way of thinking. I think it would be better in the long run to not easily fix the infused, but to make them accepted, like the Warforged.
My original intent in joining your group was to become some sort of beacon of, infused hope so that everyone could see that there are good infused in the world. Or maybe the culture will shift.
I think for our purposes we should keep this under wraps then. Quite literally, with the Hellfire dagger.
Do you want to not destroy the Soulforged? Maybe I should keep this with Junius.
As you've seen with Ruin and Toledo, I don't want to destroy them, but I will if I have to. Oh wait, you weren't there for Toledo. One None of the Warforged that were here at Strathen. That's all crushed. I mean, you are right. It would be far easier to kill the soul crushed instead of convincing them to realize the error of their ways. But we're trying to solve the problem at the source.
Just keep this in my back pocket until it's called for.
Yes, and don't let the Sunwell Paladins know that you have it.
We are leaving soon, right?
Yes. Should be leaving in the morning. So I suppose your plan is that while I convince Stranos not to enslave Warforged, you will be convincing them not to kill Infused.
That's the hope. While I'm at it, I get some training in.
It's a good plan.
Thank you, Grimstone. Just gestures towards her arm.
I will always help you when you are in need. I trust your judgment will be a bit better from here on out, yes?
I'll try.
Can you promise?
Can promise to try.
That will have to do. Well, I'm going to explore this castle a bit more. It took me almost half an hour to find this room. If you hear me call for help, then know that I am lost. I'm still will leave the room.
So, as further preparations are being made, you tell that outside, even though some of the townsfolk are still hesitant, that Ghost is attemptedly trying to help a little further on, as they obviously trust him a bit more, just being the general store and magic item salesman here. Especially with the fact that after what happened at the bar, some of the people had recognized you, those who had survived the eclipse. Do see In the courtyard, Junius seems to be doing some form of detect magic as he's examining over possibly the area of the cave that had originally collapsed aside from the terrarium. There's a point where you do see as well Otman's heading out to invite people to at least come fill their bellies at the fortress tonight once they are finished with what they're doing duty-wise and repairs, and seems to try and seek spots to try and offer help, but obviously is with a great amount of difficulty. Do see towards the center that as much as all these places are damaged, even the one that's obviously the least damaged with the minimal amounts, of course, of all things, is Toledo's old amphitheater. You do take note that a few people here and there, curious enough, do come to meet at the center keep and court that is there. The tables that are being set out, the unseen servants that are setting out the various amounts of food. Some of the tables a little more decorative, kept, as far as you can tell, more rustic, stylized. Something that's not overly exuberant, but something at least a little more welcoming in a simple town like this, even though it's fairly sizable, but not overbearing in wealth. The complimentary skulls, you're not sure if they're still there.
I guess I'll go check if the skulls are still there.
Curiously enough, going down into the lower section of the amphitheater, you can tell that some of the areas have been cleared out. A lot of the creatures have been removed. Other, the more dangerous sections are seemingly no longer provided. You can tell there's still some old equipment down here. A lot of it looks like it's been recently used or called upon in the defense of the town, so there's still at least that from the remainder of the amphitheater, providing some form of defense or weaponry for many of these townsfolk. Going into Toledo's room, you can see there's a lot of books and other things that have been kind of trashed, thrown about. People are just looking for a little extra money or kind of just trying to find a spot to squat in for the time. Going down the back passage that's been left wide open. Some of the skulls are smashed. Others are still intact as you come down. Oh, yes. There's going to be another demonstration.
Smash the rest of them.
Alright. So you smash the last of the complimentary skulls. As you smash each one, good form, sir. An excellent strike. A lot of power in that drive. Finally dwindles down. And of course, as you smash the last one, just hear the last words of good form, sir. And just reverberates softly, as that's the last whisper here. The chamber now finally lies silent.
Steel has no passing comment. The job is done. He goes back topside.
Alright. With that, you do see a few hushed tones as people watch you come up from the old amphitheater where Toledo had originally worked from his stage. Not for the time.
Can I get a vibe on what they're whispering?
Let's see. Trying to just listen in, or...
If they're like talking shit or something.
Go ahead and roll me an insight. It's not very hushed tone. You can't exactly tell, but you feel like it's a little bit of like shit talking mixed with like suspicion of why you're going down in the old amphitheater. Tell tensions are extraordinarily high within this township.
Okay, I will pick a random bunch of whisperers
Alright.
and say, did you have a question for me?
With that, you do see... Looks like a younger woman steps forward. Light auburn hair, freckles all over her face and such from constant field work. Why are you going down there? Haven't seen anyone keen to go down there, never mind one like yourself. Only fighters go down there.
You are familiar with Toledo, yes?
Yeah, you played every night.
He was a soul crushed. Did you know that?
Didn't exactly hear about that.
Right. Well, he had some evil that was left down there, and I wasn't able to destroy it last time I was here. I was just cleaning up.
Right. Plenty of us will be keeping an eye on you and a few others you brought in. It seems eerily the same for some of the symbols.
Well, that's because they were copying us. We are the real deal.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion with that. Till she's still kind of giving you a bit of the stink eye. No, she's...
While you're at it, give me all of your money.
Oh, fuck. Need to, gotta support the church somehow. Throws a platinum. No. Right. Wow. You're definitely a lot more talkative than the rest of them, then. Suppose I guess through some of us will take the invitation.
The other Warforged I brought with me are not the talkative design. That is more my area. You will have to understand that. My apologies.
At least it's a lot more forward than what was there previously.
Yes, our information will be more forthcoming, I assure you.
And see a good level of acceptance with all this, and especially some that were whispering are not giving you too much of a mean end anymore. They're kind of still feeling the situation out, but a little more at ease with the situation. I guess I'll see you there tonight.
Yes. In time, there will be more Warforged coming to stay here. I hope that you'll be able to make friends with some of them.
Maybe. And she'll go to break away from that conversation, to go to rejoin her friends back to fixing up Stratham.
And I return to the keep.
What would the others be doing at this time?
I'm out of alcohol for roof drinking. I need to go buy some more.
There's the two taverns that you know of that you spent some time here. One that was, well, you getting assailed in.
Yeah, I'll go there. At least the barkeep will know me.
Yeah, the retired cleric, was it?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
It was a halfling, wasn't it?
I need to
I
find.
vaguely remember it.
Where did I put it? Yeah, there. Yes. Calgrace Mossparade.
What a name.
The Wandering Bear.
Calgrace.
But yeah, Calgrace will be more than happy to welcome you back in. It's been quite a significant amount of time since you had arrived last.
It's been, what, like 3 or 4 weeks?
Let's see. I'm pretty sure it's been a full month at this rate.
4 weeks is in fact a month, generally. Yeah, give or take.
I mean, it's been about 6 weeks. Week to get here, 2 weeks to get here, 2 weeks to get back, week to get here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this place is pretty well settled. So we just kind of, you know, amble on without much issue.
You can see that their tavern, though some parts were barricaded, is definitely for the better comparatively to a lot of the locations.
How's the damage from when the entire bar got exploded?
You mean Circle of Death? Thankfully, the Circle of Death part wasn't so bad.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, after the Circle of Death, it'd just be, you know... Yeah, I guess, you know, the most damage it caused from that is, you know, people vomiting their blood all over the floor.
The desiccation and instantaneous rot has never had a rat problem since.
You know what? We did good that day.
That was just us calling the exterminators, and we told them to go a little bit too hard on the rats.
Rat problem? Don't worry. We'll call the necromancer. We'll circle a death your entire tavern or your money back.
They're dragonborn, and we told them to get rid of the pests, and they're also racist.
Oh.
Meteor swarm.
Alright, who told Junius that we're doing Exterminatus? But, Galrus will call you over and welcome, I'm glad you're back.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been far too long. Definitely say the excitement is definitely, well, been kicked up a few festivities in level.
Yeah, I can see the moon still reached here as well.
Probably some of the craziest things I've seen in some time. Glad I'm a retired adventurer at the same. I'm also very glad that, well, many of the townsfolk came here.
Yeah, seems like it held up well.
Definitely. Imagine you came here for a little bit of a drink, maybe a room.
I just wanted some bottles. I'm staying down the road with the new Warforged that came in.
New?
Yeah, they're really nice people compared to the other ones.
Well, that explains some of the people griping. And a few that have been trundling through talking about, well, more or less the curiosity of the situation for some.
They are giving out free food, so...
That would explain why some of the regular supper residents haven't come through yet.
Yeah, I suppose it's kind of hard to pass up. So what did happen after we left with the, you know, rest of the mess that we weren't able to clean?
Well, effectively, when the moon had risen, I did barricade most of the tavern, got all people inside as best as I could. Thankfully, there really didn't seem to be any issue here, but from the pit where everything had originally collapsed, humongous ants started rising up out of it. Many of them that were spitting acid, a few others that had some kind of giant moth, and some was a shiny beetle, though I think the centipedes were some of the worst. Aside from that, there's also the other curiosity of what happened with the war ostrich and the three-headed cobra.
War ostrich?
Oh yeah, there was the old amphitheater battle creatures. So, well, no one really knew what to do with them, so we just kind of kept them there as pets, and the moon came around and they just went berserk. Calgris. Of course, then again, it was the wildest thing to see the three-headed cobra and kind of more or less acting like a hydra. Yeah, I think that would be right. Some of the paladins showed up and managed to cut some of its heads off, and then it just started growing more.
Yeah. Where we ended up with the moon, it wasn't as bad. Just an old war field.
Yeah. That sounds pretty hairy in situation either way.
Yeah, well, we had a way we could hide from it, so that's what I meant as it not being as bad. If we were stuck outside, yeah, it would have been terrible.
Other than that, I guess, aside from those creatures, the moths were probably some of the worst, blinding a lot of people. A few others with some kind of lightning imbuement. One that was less prevalent, though, they seem to have snuck their way into some locations, was these really nasty big ticks that just drained people's life away. Well, is it bleeding out or something? Is like, I guess they sapped their life away from them. It's just enough blood, one big engorged tick, and they just didn't have enough blood in them. Became like
I guess maybe exsanguinated?
That would be it. As grotesque as that may seem.
Yeah, it really seems like there was a lot of bugs that showed up.
Yeah. A lot of people have suspicions on where they came from on that part. Though nobody really assumed that they had that much underneath the temple, or at least where the ruins were.
Yeah, well, I suppose they had plenty of time on their hands since, you know, they're a machine that barely needs to sleep.
We knew they had quite a few pets. Seen them use the enlargent insect kind of spell on it before, but this was on a whole new level. Like they're committing to a full war just with insects.
Well, at least they're gone now.
Agreed. I assume you and your friend's going to be staying a while then. Or another job you've already got in mind.
Well, we're probably going to be heading south after we leave here anyways. Probably tomorrow or the next day.
Falkirk, I assume.
First we're going to Old Bell. But, well, I guess, yeah, Falkirk's on the way.
Oh. Trying to traverse across the arid expanse.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it.
I don't blame you. People said there were still a few oases out there, but I feel like it's all kind of evaporated at this point. Nothing but salt floods. Good for spicing your food if you're desperate, though.
Does anything else live out there, or is it just empty?
Well, there's a few goblin tribes, but usually only have to worry about them if you're going by the plateau. Occasionally they pit.
Well, based on the information we received earlier, we might actually be checking those out, so I'll make sure to mention that.
Yeah, if you're going towards the large plateau, I'd say you're definitely going to run into a situation or two. Other than that, if you're going straight towards Onobound, there's usually enough trade routes going between there and Falkirk that not too much of an issue. Occasionally, just a few sparse attacks, but that's more or less those thinking they're big enough to handle, well, hired mercenary groups that are aiding with the traders.
Yeah.
If anything, I would more or less just worry about giant scorpions. It's drying and hard enough out there for them to make victim of a lot of the vultures.
Do they just like hide under the salt?
Or the sandy areas. Some that like to creep into some of the cracks that cracked off. I guess originally there was a lake there, but now it's just the big crater in the middle of the arid expanse. But people say and swear by that there's some things that seemingly grow down there. I guess it's probably whatever's left of the water.
Yeah, maybe. Anyways, I'd like 3 bottles of whiskey.
Of course. Gladly. Take out some of the older whiskeys that he has, but you can tell they're the few survivors of the situation that's happened here. How many bottles are you looking for?
3.
3. It only costs you about a gold piece.
I shall tip an additional 3 gold.
Yeah, thank you kindly.
Cheap alcohol.
Well, you can tell it's not top shelf stuff, and you can tell he likes your group.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously go out of their way to save a bunch of them. Anyways, I'm gonna head on back. Thank you.
Don't be a stranger. So Alex has got her whiskey. Get a little more information on the pit. What would Leoris or Harbinger be doing?
I don't really have any reason to leave the new temple.
Fair enough.
So I guess I'm exploring. Seeing if there's another way down into the Underdark.
So, exploring around. Trying to go down. You find where Lucius had intended the larder to be. Find it. You can tell from the inspection of it that obviously there's still the, cobbled walls and other such in fieldstone that's been filled in to give a better protective flooring and keep everything nice and cold down here. Go ahead and roll me. A perception or a nature to try and judge the direction that you remember the tunnels kind of being here.
Perception.
Alright. So kind of like sizing and lining up some of the areas. Just kind of going off the flow and memory from where things rose up. It's a little difficult, but you do manage to find your way to an area that you're pretty sure there should be some of the tunnels connecting to the old terrarium. Quickly push some of the barrels aside, and you can tell, even though these walls are solid, occasionally the tap and echo that you get from some of the rocks, definitely hollow behind this. So you know it's there. The tunnels are still there.
Alright. You know what I'm gonna do, baby.
Start breaking through.
I activate my Zymon's rage and just start busting through.
Alright. So for those who are still within the castle, just suddenly start hearing this strange metal clanging echo. Just the explosions of magic as well, just reverberating up from the lower levels.
Oh shit, we under attack! I will try to find my way there.
Roll perception at advantage, because you're following the noise as it echoes through. Alright. It guides you a little bit. It does take you a minute, though. But as you're, like, rushing there, you get there just as, like, Harbinger's finishing knocking this, doorway / hole into the wall and opening up the tunnels that lead to the Terrarium in the Underdark here. To the Lardo.
Richard, that's private property. I'm gonna have to arrest you.
What?
I'm joking. What have you found?
So, on the inside, you do see before your eyes where a good portion of insects were nests that look like they've been torn open, destroyed, devastated. Other that look like fresh, loose gravel comparatively, and holes that definitely weren't there originally.
Guru.
As you kind of take a moment to look around a little further into the tunnels, I assume? Not too
Yes.
deep.
I
can't
wander
believe I
in.
don't own a lantern. Light a torch, I guess.
Bless me.
I need to
I-
buy a lantern.
Ah, yes. I use my purpley flamed fists to very slightly light my way.
Definitely provide a nice, like, bright 5 and then dim 10, just because of the heavy purple set for that. Well, especially looking through, you could tell that even though the insects, a lot of them had moved upward through the rubble, there's seemed to have been like an inner turmoil with nature here, with the other creatures and denizens of the Underdark. Almost like nature itself was fighting nature, so that was originally supposed to be above and then fighting with whatever came from the underground. And as far as you can tell, between some of the chitin plates and other carcasses that you see around, acids that have been splashed around and diminished. It seems like whatever came from the Underdark had won, but not without leaving behind a few dead, as you see what you assumed was a craggy wall at first, but realized that there's a huge burned hole and a massive pile of organs within it. I realized that it wasn't the wall, it's actually a massive earthen kind of styled worm with a heavier armor plates seem to have protected it to look like rocky crags as camouflage, but unfortunately seemed to have gotten splashed in the midst of this chaos when it was going through.
This room sucks.
Go ahead and roll
Getting
me.
through here.
Go ahead and roll me in nature, real quick.
Oh boy, I'm not good at that.
Rockworms. Better than me.
Alrighty, so these seem a little familiar. They're definitely not purple worms, but they're still sizable creatures nonetheless. Definitely simply called worm of WRM. More heavily elementally charged creatures that have just reached unbelievably monstrous sizes for some of them.
That's a big worm.
And then, let's see, where is it? You can tell, especially once you start moving towards the front sections. There's a larger open mouth, no eyes to this creature whatsoever. And it almost looks like stalagmites and stalactites for a brief moment, just on a smaller scale, but all white and rigid going back with a mouth that's kind of a mix of red and pink blood. You know full well that wherever this creature came from, you could probably very fully well walk through and get to, because usually, as far as you can tell, especially from the extra tunnels, will end up cutting through the rock and leave a 10-foot wide diameter hole behind it.
So I could just step in.
Quite literally. Both you and Crom could comfortably walk down the hole that had been left behind some of the other worms.
Oh, it's exploring time.
Oh, no, why? Why would you wait here? I need to go grab the others. Could be dangerous.
I will not go far.
Don't go anywhere, just stay here. I will be back in 10 minutes.
Fine, but I will not wait too long.
I believe you. And I run.
Guys!
Fuck him, shit, oh fuck him, shit, oh fuck.
He's gonna go fucking kill himself to some big worms.
Everyone else is like, oh, finally.
Peace.
I will find everyone that I can within the keep and say that Harbinger's found a hole to the Underdark underneath the keep. Please come help. If you're not in the keep, then I'm not going to run out and get you, because I'm on a time crunch.
I also literally told nobody where I was going.
That too.
Bye.
People are missing.
Everyone's missing! What the fuck? Oh god!
Find anyone?
Cromsteel screaming into the void.
Help!
You would definitely find Ottman and Bailey. Lucius is... Well, actually, scratch that. Never mind. Bailey would be the only one. Ottman was out on, polite invitation duty. So, between that, it would be the...
Just Bailey?
Bailey, the drow, as well as maybe Leoris if she's still in there, and Elaine.
Wasn't I out with Shintry?
Yeah,
That's
I remember
right.
that.
So,
fuck.
yeah, fuck.
Oh god.
The three drow lads, Elaine, if she's still home, One's gone. Bailey's there. Let's see. Fucking who else?
Well, his sir could be our maid, so I'll bring her along. Probably.
You're pinching her.
Just pick her up.
Pick up Elaine. It's like you're
Give her
coming
a
with.
distraction from a depression.
Yeah. I'll kill some leftover bugs or something.
Dangerous bugs. It's just a casual Umber Hulk, roiling up from the Underdark.
Maybe. I will also ask Bailey to come help.
Yeah, smaller than a purple worm. Digs tunnels.
Yeah.
He's a bug.
10-foot diameter. Chop it in half, it grows into another one.
Would Bailey join us?
Very happily, because concerned that this is underneath the keep.
Yep. And I will tell the Drow boys they can come if they want, or they can go and tell the others where we went.
You see all three of them like, we're going to go tell them we're not going to step back in Loth's domain.
Fair enough. Very fair. Okay. If we do not return in 4 hours, then please send help.
Please.
Leave us for dead.
Oh gods, please.
If we're gone more than 4 hours, then we've gone too far. We're just gonna check out the immediate tunnel, okay?
Then they're gone forever.
This will be like when the Mighty Nine followed the tunnel all the way into your house.
Yeah, fucking Christ.
Just on a whim.
Alright.
Like, weeks later, we resurface and like, oh, we're in Bymore. What?
Well, where the fuck?
Hell yeah. Shortcut.
Anyway, yeah, I bring Bailey and maybe Elaine, and rejoin Harbinger.
Alrighty. So that you start descending down into the darkness.
Into the dark.
Descent? To
Yes.
awareness?
Yes.
Descend.
See, this is why we're not going to reach the pit today.
Descend into the embrace of darkness. Would you like to?
Yes.
So, pushing forward into the darkness of this tunnel, dim light followed by the torchlight behind. Elaine at the back, Neestri along with Cromsteel and Harbinger at the front. I assume you're following these 10-foot wide diameter holes. A little snug at sometimes, but just for the tighter turns.
Yes.
Slowly descending, you can see there's a few pieces of chitin and other things that had been left behind. Occasionally going through, you see 1 or 2 precious gems that are kind of just lining the wall as you get to the deeper parts of the depth. Then slowly there's that anchoring point where you can tell that the hole's getting steeper and steeper. Almost to the point of a full drop-off as the footing is starting to get more difficult.
Okay, let's not jump down the hole.
Right. That would be for the first tunnel. It would take you about a half hour to reach that point of exploring down this way. You can tell that occasionally it veers straight up. Would you try and proceed further from the area that clearly drops off?
I would like to.
We don't know how much further this goes. Now would be a good time to turn back.
Give me the torch.
Give you the torch.
I will summon my echo and then directly transfer my consciousness into it and explore further.
Alright. So this vertical drop, you could tell, goes 40 feet before it starts curving and winding again.
That's fine.
Alright. Pursuing forward, marching down these winding paths, the occasional points of where it goes vertical again before veering off in another random direction. It inevitably comes around to an odd network of various mixed tunnels. You could tell where some of them might have clashed or were attracted to the vibration of another that was digging in the area. And you see kind of like a six-way intersection going up, down, two to the left, one to the right, another one that's veering slowly downward, not roughly, but at a slant where it'd at least be a tolerable climb if you had the right equipment. But as you are holding the torchlight looking through the eyes of your echo, you do see glints, sparkles, various precious minerals, all that going through. Even some areas that seem to have almost like a phosphorescent reflective property as it collects the light and leaves a glow behind your path for a time. As you're sitting there, listening to the echoes of these tunnels, almost like the sounds are dancing around you, it's very hard to tell exactly which tunnel or direction that this is following in from. You hear water. You can hear conversation.
In my main body, I say, I found an intersection. I hear water. And conversations. Speaking.
What? There's people down there?
Yes.
Try to find out who they are.
Actually, I don't respond to you at all, because I can't hear you.
Well, I hope that you heard me, but you didn't.
No, but regardless, I'm going to investigate the conversations.
Oh, good. See, he heard me.
So, start trying to head down. Go ahead and roll me a perception. Trying to figure out which direction this is. Ooh. Alright. So, you get a little confused because the reverb bouncing back from the other tunnels and even the other ones that seem to loop up would confuse a few other people. You managed to catch more direct sound below you. Heading a little further more downward, you see a little bit of light. Other people kind of sounds like a little bit of just like they had been somewhat alerted to your torch. You do see what seems like soft glowing lamps of almost like a tealish light. And you hear what sounds like crossbows and a smallish sword getting pulled up. Do you understand Undercommon?
I sure do.
Alright. You hear a brief conversation. It doesn't sound drabish in the way of slang or anything. Though you hear the conversation. Quick, there's a few other here. If we manage to get some of these gems before the worms come back, this would be an excellent thing to carve up make a very precious piece for the shrine. Then again, that'd be actually an excellent price. There'd be immense difficulty, like plucking some of the stones as you hear it chip away before you disturb them.
Oh.
Doesn't sound like drow conversation. They're usually not this obsessed with gems.
Yeah.
Let's see. Go ahead and roll me a history or a nature.
I'm not particularly good at either of these, so let's see. Nature or history? Let's go history. Yeah.
Dwarves. Definitely dwarves.
Definitely boss.
Dwarves or kobolds. One of the two. They're both just greedy little fuckers.
I will call out in Undercommon.
What are you doing here? And what are your goals?
What the fuck was that? Well, we're from the Shapers Guild, and we're collecting the gemstones from the worm tunnels.
What is that guild? And do not worry. I don't want your gems. You can have them.
Fucking Christ. What the fuck is that voice? we deal with some people who want rare gems from deep underground. Mostly,
You're from the Underdark.
yeah. We know of a few people who trade. We usually don't fuck around too much. Are we accidentally in a house territory?
Can they properly see me or not?
Not at all, not yet. Like, you haven't fully come around. They just hear this reverberating, like, horrific voice coming around the corner.
No, but I will start to veer around the corner, walk towards them.
I do not know of any houses that lend to this territory. But have you ever seen me here before?
What the? Do you see a few small figures that are kind of like shifting back and forth? The two voices you heard talking wasn't just the two. You see three more further down the tunnel that have bags just glittering with gems from these deep excavations that you can tell. Just seemingly that's going around and collect whatever they can. One seems particularly covered in fecal matter, but also has copious amounts of gems in his bag. Obviously, no shame for the craft, but not the most pleasant of looks.
No, definitely not.
I don't recognize you. I mean, we've seen Warforged before. My name is Sniddle Steelbreacher, and this is Frey Trag, mold collector. We've been working with the Shapers Guild for some time. We did travel a bit far this time, but we were more or less searching for old worm tunnels like this one. They seem to be really active in this area recently, so fresh
Any
tunnels.
idea why?
I mean, maybe somebody pissed them off. You came down here for the fresher tunnels. Maybe you had a larder up there. They're
It's
like,
an intersection of tunnels not far from here.
well, they definitely like fresh food. They're not like zones or anything. They definitely prefer meat, or at least mushrooms. At this point, you can definitely see that they're deep gnomes. Sniff Nebel.
They are from the Underdark.
Yes.
You have no one that calls you their slave.
Thankfully, no. We've been able to work with the Shapers Guild to be able to, well, avoid most of those territories. Are you looking for the houses?
No. I look for someone else. Someone called Mentor.
Mentor. Maybe Guildmaster Gottrink would be more knowledgeable in that one. He has.
And your Warforged conduct trade with your lot.
Well, there's a few that we travelled with for protection. Didn't really worry about it. There was a few that we had seen fighting Drow, killing him, but that was more or less on the benefactor of when they refused to let us pass, as they had claimed some of the tunnels in the Underdark and started marking off different paths to, well, more or less avoid.
Do these Warforged have any symbols? Recognizable things? Names?
He's like scratching his head for a moment. I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, Surveyor. Surveyor was the one that worked with us.
Surveyor?
Yes, you're familiar with him.
Yes.
Yeah, he protected all of us and, and ended up helping us map out a large portion of the territory down here. Of course, the new tunnels are.
You back to your guild.
That'd be a few days trek. Like I said, we did overextend ourselves quite a bit. Of course, then again, I don't blame you if you're not that interested. We're from one of the smaller suppliers in the midst, kind of fall a little bit more southeast towards the forest underneath. There's a smaller section of the mines there that we make deals and trades out of. Small farm place.
I may have to visit your guild sometime for answers.
I would just be careful. There's I feel like it's loth cruel irony, but giant spiders in the forest. And I don't mean like, oh no, the typical ones that make webs. No, I mean like their legs fucking imitate the trees. It's safer down here.
I will heed your warning.
What's your name, anyway?
Harbinger.
Yeah. Pleasure to meet you, Harbinger. I hope I'm not overstepping my bounds when I assume it's alright to collect some of these things. Kind of like gestures to the small glittering crystals and such that are been left around. You can see a large pile of worm dung that's been like left behind in the tunnel that one of the Snurf Neblin were, the one unscrupulous looking one that was digging through for the minerals that couldn't be digested.
Collect your bounty. I have no interest in them. But my time has grown up. Thank you for the information.
Alright, be careful.
As my illusory double is just gonna
Torch is just still there, like, oh.
watch it hits the ground.
Just
like a spooky ghost.
Yeah, just assumes you were a fucking poltergeist the whole time.
All you hear is screams in the distance.
Armiger, what did you do?
Nothing. But I found Snurf Neblin.
Oh. The good kind?
Artisans Guild. Of some sort. Trading in gems. They knew Surveyor.
they... Do you think they are fine to leave them to their own devices?
Yes.
Alright.
I was small, fragile.
Covered in shit.
Pretty much.
I assume these Underdark tunnels are part of the network that the Soul Crushed use.
No, I doubt it. It's the tunnels made by worms. But they've been traveling them to try and collect rare gems. Apparently, they hired Surveyor at one point to map out the area.
Well, that's just good business. Alright, let us return, and we'll... I don't know, put a door in.
From steel. It is entirely possible that these guilds were working with Mentor at some stage. Unknowingly, but still. They might have more information.
Seeing as this is below Stratham, we can leave this to the Iron Champions to investigate while we head south. If they discover anything, they can message us. Alright?
We will trust your judgment then. I came from down here, though. But why was I here?
What do you mean you came from down here?
I remember coming from here. You found me here. In the temple above.
Yes, we found you in the temple. I didn't know you had come from below.
Do see there is a few more tunnels that haven't been fully traversed.
I'll drop 10 into me.
There are a few other tunnels there.
Supposedly, you were traveling with Vardless and were both captured at the same time.
I have been told, yes.
So, I don't see why Vardless would opt to travel through the Underdark.
I do not know either.
I'll
Alright.
give the other tunnels a quick cursory exploration.
Alright. It would be probably around this point as the other drow had basically gone out and tried to find everyone. Informed you. How many of you would immediately come to attention of this and just come to inspect or let things be? More or less, Leoris and Relics, I should say.
I mean, if they said to, come search for them after 4 hours. I don't think there's any need to go yet.
Alright.
It hasn't. How long has it been since we left?
For that, especially for the amount of time it took for that, it would only be around 45 minutes, just because of how deep the tunnels had gone and wound for a while.
We still got some time.
Alright. So, pursuing through the other tunnels. As you start winding back to the others that have been damaged previously, but is enough to get into. Start winding down a main path where you can see there are certain holes that have been shaped either for setting out lanterns or other pieces that would be placed there for illumination. You can see in this main tunnel here, this seems to be the one that was originally connected to the keep before the full collapse of it. Every 60 feet or so seems to have a marking, kind of just trekking down of how many steps have been traveled and how deep each stretch is, marking out the tunnels, giving a more accurate statement, and especially with the other maps and other pieces you had found originally with the cartography within the Temple of Bloodbane. Very thoroughly explored. As you get to a certain point, you can tell that it gets a little more difficult to find these marks, like they're purposely being hidden at a certain stretch. There's also the curiosity as well, as you reach a point where it starts to split off again. There's a few extra corridors that it looks like it's been purposely made to seem like it's going in one direction on purpose with a very obvious mark, but it's not exactly the same as the first cartographing mark that was laid out that you've seen from Surveyor. Almost like he's set out a trap to be misleading in a way. Go ahead and roll me a perception or investigation.
Both. Yeah.
Alright. You can tell, especially for the way he set things up here, or at least the way things were laid out originally, especially for the scratching up of the rocks and such, it definitely seems like it's been way too much in passing. Almost like if somebody was walking by and constantly put their hand on some of the stones, or even purposely scraped by, just to leave a very obvious mark on the rock that somebody's been here. Start to take note the softer scratches, ones that are very difficult to pick up, but you can see that the torchlight manages to cause a little bit of the shadow on the lip, where you can see the pathway going down, more or less, at this direction. It's hard to tell, but you know it's towards the right, kind of veering at a bigger slant. A few places that you can put your foothold and such, but definitely not for the faint of heart. If you were to start running down it, you can very likely slide. But it seems like the area that he was purposely going.
Well, I continue following.
Alright. At the stretch, as you carefully traverse your way down, you hear the occasional kick of a stone and such, a few other pebbles that were there, and occasionally bump one or two things that as you're trying to make your way down with a heavier body. You reach a more curious expanse of tunnel. One that almost reaches into a cavernous area. And you take note of one area of carved stone that seems to be more inset, as well as what seems to be old chitin shells, desiccated insect corpses, and a few other people, as well as what looks like old shackles kind of smattered around the area. Like something broke free here and then chaos ensued. As you open up this area of this curiously carved stalagmite, you can see what looks like old webs and kind of decayed pieces of equipment inside. And you see what looks like slaughtered drow. Their bodies rotting and old inside. Others that look like their bodies were purposely strapped to a table and had something carved into them and has long rotted away. See very distinctly on the back wall, in dried, very crusty old blood, the soul crushed symbol.
Found something, Crawl.
What did you find?
A symbol on the wall. Bodies.
What
What are
symbol?
they doing here?
I would like to investigate further.
Alright. So, checking out the bodies, you can go ahead and roll me a medicine if you like. Kind of estimate age or even search for other clues. Investigation if you're just kind of flipping the place a little more and seeing if there's any other remainders and curiosity.
I'll leave you to check the bodies, Crawl.
What?
Are you still with me?
I'm with your physical body.
Physically went down that main tunnel.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, okay.
what it is.
Bye, I guess.
Boy. What seems to be about, once you finish checking around the room, 5.5 corpses. You can see a lot of the equipment was left behind. The Shrine of Wealth has been completely desecrated and disrespected. As far as you can tell, the symbols cracked, marred, broken, or scattered around. You can even see one symbol that would usually sit almost like on an end of a candlestick stand, but more or less shoved into someone's stomach and up into their rib cage.
Fuck.
The equipment and the bodies, everything. Does it look like a ritual or does it look like an experiment?
A little bit of both. You can tell there was definitely some form of experiment as well as a ritual done there from the brutalization of these bodies. You can tell that those that were still clinging to life seem to have had their bodies etched into, and then the others that were dead were quickly used as sacrifices. They were either dying or already beyond saving. You can tell that whatever had initially happened here with what they did, it most likely chased off whatever the drow were doing at this stretch of the Underdark.
Right.
Take some of the tools, I guess.
Alright.
I don't really know what they do, but someone else might know.
So, with the tools as you take them, kind of stacking them up, you could see... Not sure if they were made in quick succession or short-term use and purpose. Maybe even might have brought some others here, or just as a last use for this ritual. You can tell, especially for the carvings, some of them look a little familiar for what you saw happen on the hammer with Bloodbane previously, a few days ago. Then you see a very familiar looking spike in one of the bodies on the side.
Oh no.
Spike.
I approach that body in particular.
You could see the ritual that was etched into their body. They were trying to re-emulate what they did with you, with these people. You can see that the lower sections of their bones seem to have either become brittle or reshaped between the metal. You can see that also the face was brutalized to the point the person was very clearly submitting, but kept on the brink of life as they had ritualistically and surgically carved these symbols into him, trying to push him over whatever limitation that was holding him back. You see this same sickening black iron that pierces your body has pierced through much of his intestines and lower legs. You see one piece that was clearly a marred mistake from the other half body as well nearby. Attemptedly made into an ingot. Seems more brutalized, not formed, but more like the blood and the pieces of it started to coalesce towards an ingot, never really finished out. Well,
I think this is where.
What?
This is where they made me.
In a hole in the Underdark.
Go get Junius.
Very well.
And you wanted me to roll something?
go ahead and roll me a medicine.
Yeah.
Alright. Definitely tell a lot of the lacerations as well as the punctures. Purposely slowly drawn out, though their faces are curiously mangled, almost like maybe by something that of a morning star or a mace.
Might have.
Something that definitely had spikes on it.
Ask Nistri and Bailey to make sure he doesn't go too far into the bloody Underdark, and then I'll go find Junius.
I'll stick close to him.
Thank you.
Easily enough to find Junius as he is welcoming a few guests in for the dinner. So showing them towards the main seats and others that they can come and enjoy themselves. You can hear some nice music is being played by the unseen servants. And
Is it dinner time already?
Well, you can tell that Junius just wanted to give a little more alleviation to it. And a bit of time has passed. He just wanted to allow people to come in, as obviously food and other things have been a little stretched for a town that's recently been raised by whatever Simon did. But Lucius will happily step away as Otmund tends to some of the people kind of checking out the keep for the time. See a few paladins kind of watching and listening to situations at hand as they just kind of admire the spell that had been cast and the fact that they're very openly helping.
I'll catch Junius up on the situation.
If his face could shift, it would definitely be an obvious amount of concern.
Just puts on a different mask.
Like full theatrical mask.
Yeah, the concern mask.
I suppose then a thorough investigation will be required. I would gather your friends. If that is one of their old ritual sites, I might be more further down.
How many hours do we have until supposed dinner party?
Considering it's spent probably about an hour of exploration here, some people doing a little bit of relaxation. You could tell that the dinner would probably be around the end of that 4-hour mark, as it was kind of midday, so around 6 o'clock. So I would say you have a generous 4 and 50 or so minutes.
We could do this and then get back in time for dinner? Sure.
$500 bricks. Fuck that bitch.
Wow. Okay, I will go and find everyone and catch them up on the situation.
Alright.
Which I guess I will actually say for Soka's benefit. Harbinger and I found some tunnels underneath the keep. Tunnels made by some kind of underdark worms. We followed them, found a series of tunnels and evidence of the Soul Crushed using them. And just recently, Harbinger has found evidence of Soul Crushed ritual sites. So, we are going on a little expedition into the Underdark. And it might be dangerous, who knows, so we're all going together.
We are?
Yes, we are. Did you have other plans?
I don't know, I was gonna drink.
You can still do that if you'd like.
Guess I never really thought of it that way before.
I'd just feel better if the entire group was there.
Drinking on the job is quite irresponsible. Can I have some?
Yeah, sure. Or Alex will hand you a whole bottle of whiskey.
Dad.
Lovely.
Alright.
Our mission window is a couple hours, and then we have to be back up topside in time for dinner.
A very strict deadline.
I mean, won't the dinner be just fine without us?
Surely not.
I mean, it's kind of there to, like, announce the new Warforged that now live here. Be kind of weird if the Warforged weren't there.
Are they coming with us?
Junius is. Perhaps Otmund and Bailey can stay behind.
Otmund is already stuck behind. Bailey is with you.
Yeah. Well, maybe when we get back to Bailey, they can head back.
Has it been a day since the Griffin attack, by the way? Or is it still the same day?
It's been a day. So that was before you were able to get to Stratham.
Because I hadn't been really keeping track of my spells because I spent a bunch there, you know.
Oh yeah, no, that thing was hate fucked into oblivion.
Yeah.
Twice.
But yeah, no, that was a day before you got to Stratham.
Okay.
But Nudzin, Nargos, and Gileth will remain behind. Offer to entertain the guests for a time. Shintri. I would be more than happy to assist if I can.
I think your expertise in the Underdark may come in handy.
Not just mine, but you know,
Scared of going back?
it terrifies me. But I would fear more of losing. You could tell she like almost cringes for a moment, like friends.
That's so cringe. But yeah, I'd also like to get some climbing gear for that 40-foot drop.
Yeah, of course we're friends.
Like a rope ladder.
I'm just not used to that word. At least for the male. She kind of like looks at all the fucking Warforged, even though they're, you know, anonymous in that gender department, like the curiosity for some. It's still very matriarchal.
Wait, why is she shitting on males out of nowhere?
That's
Because she's a drow.
What's spurned this?
no, it's more or less the fact of saying that they're friends. She still wouldn't work their lot.
You
Dress
can't be
society is
friends
not
with
treated on
males, they're inferior.
Quite
Hello,
literally that.
scum. Would you like to be my friend? I did it again. I called you a friend.
Quite literally that.
I meant slave.
All men are slaves.
You can't change my mind.
She says it freely with Leoris because it's a fellow female drow. But fuck the rest.
Oh, hey, I don't need a torch because my staff glows.
Alright.
What is your staff?
Radiance.
Oh.
Ah,
It's a +1 staff with a
Thought I-
golden mirror on the top.
Oh, yeah.
nice.
Got that pretty staff.
Oh yeah, I'd also like to go get a lantern.
I
I
just
think I have a lantern somewhere in this bag. Let's.
start shuffling.
I think I might have thrown out the lantern. Never mind.
Hey Josh, how much to run to the general goods store and get a lantern and a climbing kit?
A lantern and a climbing kit. With Ghost, he'll give you a normal price for that.
What rip you off?
Any sort of kit is usually 25 gold.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Limer's kit, 25 gold, which is accurate. And then Lantern. Where are you? There. Would you go for a bullseye or a hooded lantern? Or a regular lamp?
Hooded.
Alright, 5 gold for the hooded one.
Okay, 30 gold.
Would you like oil with that?
Yeah, I'll take 2 refill packs, thanks.
Alright. I'll definitely gladly sell you a couple flasks of oil. Which, a flask of oil is only a silver piece, so you can definitely get an easy 10 for just 1 gold.
Okay, 30 gold and 2 silver. Shopping done.
Alright. So, as the party collects, Judas Lucius is also keeping at the ready, doing the tech magic as he goes down with you, just to make sure there's no other curios along the way. There's the point as you pass by some of the tunnels, you can hear the occasional murmurs in the distance of the Sniffnebel, the deep gnomes that are traversing around the tunnels and digging up a few other pieces here and there. Conversations held in Undercommon. Those who can understand it occasionally hear like, oh no man, fucking weird, it just drops a fucking torch. Why the fuck are you gonna walk around? Like, are you sure it was a ghost? Like, doesn't make sense that he would just fucking have that. You hear the other one arguing back, like the soft whispers that go through the tunnel, like, of course ghosts don't make fucking sense. Who in their right fucking mind stuck on the material plane as a fucking soul would, like, make any goddamn sense? Like, I'd be fucking partying up and stealing all the liquor from the fucking local tavern if I became a ghost and I was able to do that.
So they're just snurfeblins underneath the town? Or are we far away?
Pretty far underneath.
Yeah. The only reason why I hear it because it acts like a megaphone going through the tunnels. You know those old Playscape megaphones that you have, and you would be able to yell back and forth? Well, anyway.
No.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Anyway, basically acts like a funnel where you talk in one end or yell in one end and it reverberates all the way through to the other side. Because science. But that's effectively why you're hearing their conversation as they're trekking through. But as we move further away from them, deeper through these tunnels towards the drow location, definitely start to see the areas that Surveyor had marked out here. A few other spots along the way that you can tell for some with a better passive perception that obviously he had marked out some of the areas to be noticeable, whether or not somebody's recently come through the tunnel. So even on his own trips back, he would be able to note whether or not if something was purposely moved or not. Things that seem inobvious to most people that can be considered almost like common rubbish, but small little stone piles that have been laid out for every so many feet marked away from the cartographer tunnel if they were tripped over, just knocked or stepped on. You can tell the paranoia that Surveyor had marking out the Underdark as best as he could was definitely at the utmost high level of paranoia that you'd ever seen. As you finally get to that stretch where you have to shuffle down slowly. Of course, you can slide. You did see that part was at least safe enough. Finally arrive back at the stalagmite that you'd seen, Harbinger. The grotesque sight inside awaiting all of you. The desiccated drow bodies that had been carved up. You can see Shintri is a little more shaken at the sight that she's seen, especially for the fact that there are desiccated symbols of Loth here. as you are starting to search around, you definitely see that the shackles that they had originally might have been here to purposely drag some of the drow here. Others that were probably slaves that were freed. For those who are curious enough, go ahead, as Lucius is already starting to incite some of these rituals and not evoke them himself, but study them and take note as to what they were attemptedly doing here. But go ahead and roll me a medicine for those who would like to, examining this, and then if you want to investigate around the area. Bless you. As well as the other factor if there's a few other tunnels nearby that you've seen. See, there's still a few boxes and other pieces of equipment, some old cots and such that they've set up that have been overtaken by mold, unfortunately.
What was the other thing you mentioned other than a medicine?
Medicine or investigation.
Now you're speaking my language. And I didn't hear it.
I assist you.
Okay.
I'll allow it. Alright.
Better.
You can definitely tell that between this outpost and everything, it doesn't seem like the supplies here would support enough drow that are currently here. There may be 6 total, but from the looks of this is just maybe at most a 2-man outpost, and that the others were likely dragged or pulled into here as they arrived. Definitely start to take note that some of the marks on their body, along with the pincushion markings going across, definitely seems a lot more brutal, almost like they were forcefully submitted by kind of a Morningstar-esque weapon with long spikes on it. You do see the incomplete ritual that's there, along with the odd box of tools and the other piece that was rolled up with the various surgical tools that were laid out. Very.
Can I try to read the ritual?
Roll me an Arcana.
Yes.
So with that, you definitely tell it deals heavily in transmutation. At that point, you do take note, especially for the heavy transmutations, that recognizing what has been carved into these bodies, and especially seeing the half body more accurately, that a lot of these were test drow, others that were trying to re-emulate it and copy over effectively what you had seen on the hammer that Mentor now has, originally held by Awakener. These are old rituals, obviously, especially for the age of the corpses of the drow. They've had enough time to dry and desiccate, even though the mold is there, kind of washing over the musty smell. They've had time to mummify.
Well, my best guess is that they were using these drow to try to create a vessel for something. But I don't know why they would only use the drow. Maybe they're just the most available thing.
That is disturbing, if true. Though, I fear how many might have been tricked into this, or how many other sister houses have been assailed by this. There has been some suspicions on the attacks, but not anyone who's really been able to solidify anything that's been happening here. At least in the further reaches of the Underdark.
Well, if we also account for the fact there isn't very many supplies here, they probably weren't treating these people very well.
Are there any show drag marks or anything like that leading down the other tunnels?
For that, it's definitely easy enough to see that there definitely are drag marks moving up and down that. You can see Lucius is kind of standing in front of the tunnels, you know, looking back and forth through the various marks, and seems to be kind of splashing something down. No, doesn't seem to really fully disturb the area, but it seems to be marking something out in some of the tunnels as he's looking at them. But you can tell that most definitely these people were forcefully dragged here. Checking this spray marks, especially with the chains. As you're kind of looking at that, Lucius does turn around to look to the rest of you, just to make sure that you're not going further down that way just yet.
Give me but a moment. Unfortunately, there seems to be a few glyphs of warding protecting these tunnels.
Oh, good find.
There must be something important down there then. Possibly.
The other thing I think I should probably mention, some markings in the circle bear resemblance to the hammer. You know which one.
It is unfortunate that I was not able to get the chance to research such an item. It seems to be the most prevalent importance to them right now.
Hey, didn't Awakener say he was going into the Underdark?
He said he was using the Underdark to go places, head further south.
Yeah, at least this, you know.
He would not have come this way.
What makes you think that?
This is north.
Yeah, we met him at Aylesbury and then he went that way.
I mean, it's been over a month. He could have gone any direction.
Then he probably went that way.
Look, all I'm saying is that it's strange that he would choose to go down the Underdark, specifically because this is old enough he might have been involved in it.
In thought he might have been involved, but not after we met him.
As you're discussing this, you just hear Junius carefully dispelling some of the glyphs of warding. Yeah, use an axe in these frail tunnels in the Underdark.
Not again! Not again!
Those poor receptionists.
really traveled from this location. There might be a few houses or others that, well, might be able to tell us what happened. I don't like the idea of going further down and meeting another house, though. And especially if their slaves have gone missing this way.
Well, hypothetically speaking, past the Glyphs of Warding, there should be nobody else.
Yes. Hypothetically.
Unless the glyphs were meant to keep them out of here, not out of the other direction.
Either way, soon we will have more answers.
So. As soon as Fish says out the dispelling of the warrants, does take a moment to try and peer a few sights down the tunnel and sees that it winds quite a bit ways on. Leoris, even you would recognize that many of the pathways are marked out by some drow architecture between certain types of lanterns and a few other ways to mark the tunnels that you traverse. You can tell that the only reason that this place had fallen dark is between the rating of the illumination as well as the fact of purposely trying to keep this from sight or obvious, trying to make it more haunting, like something had taken over the area.
I will proceed without fear.
Alright. Moving further down these tunnelways, you start to see the aforementioned lanterns and other pieces that were broken. Start making your path deeper into these trails and seeing there are a few blood marks and smears that clearly show old degraded blood stains and a few broken pieces of equipment. Armor and weapons that look like they might have had some spell originally cast on them. Easy enough for relics to discern that probably a heat metal in a formal way to try and snap them or break them entirely as they were taking them.
They were trying to snap the armor or like snap it off of people?
For the crossbow wire, since it was metal, superheated so it would snap and break the crossbow entirely and then make them drop the daggers and other pieces of equipment.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Until a lot of these pieces of broken equipment was very methodical and they had faced a good portion of adversity. Then you start to see a few other telltale signs of your old friends. Some that you have sent to the afterlife. A couple arrows. Surveyors complicated works. See a few watchspring arrows that have been laid out or destroyed as they collided with stone or decimated a few chain links. Old pieces of what seems like glue pots that had originally burst out and locked people in place with tar. Pieces of clothes that are still locked in the old, dried, desiccated adhesive that obviously had allowed them to capture people alive. Finally getting past these old pathways and others that have been abandoned long ago or captured and dragged upwards. You can tell that the tunnel definitely pushes on. You get to the 2-hour mark. Starts to stretch further in. You can tell Shintri is nervous. Holding close. And just whispers specifically to you, Leoth. She's listening again. Her eyes are getting closer. Seemed a point where
It'll
you...
be okay, Shintri. Just keep that amulet close.
See, she quickly grips the amulet and almost like a white knuckle grip, just holding it as tight and as close as she can for protection. Will you pursue further?
Yes.
Alright. Traversing further down, start to see regular walkways. Finally break off into seems like another curious interlude. A few bioluminescent plants that kind of decorate the walls going across. A few glowing veins of curious looking rocks. You can hear the drip of water. It seems like these tunnels that are still traversed have been fed life by some curious amount. Though, especially with that, it does make the trail a little more difficult to follow. Go ahead and roll me a survival to try and persist in the correct path as you start meeting more intersections.
Anyone want to assist me?
I'm not trained, I can't.
I think Nistri is.
Make an Easter assist you.
Find me
Amazing.
a mystery.
I'm also 100% sure he's proficient because I remember him doing the tracking before.
The underdog boy.
Knee tree.
He needs a tree.
Tree.
Harbinger definitely has a better beat on the situation. Needs to be trying to figure out the direction. But sees that Harbinger quickly found a few tracks that start leading in more in the right direction. Though the few paths make you backtrack a little, extending the time that you're down here. Start to see a few other footways and walking areas that people have definitely traversed recently. You can see there are webs. Areas that start to get coated over, and even the occasional sign, especially for you, Luros, recognize obviously a well-lived-in area that is traversed on occasion, probably to collect some form of food or even hunt a creature on occasion. you push further forward, you start to see a few signs. The drow are close. You're definitely walking into their territory now at this point.
Why are we still going?
I don't fucking know. How long has it been?
3 hours at this
Drink
point.
on the roof.
Alright, we're turning around. We're going back.
Harbinger, I think we found all we could of the Soulforged equipment.
We've got other places to go. The Iron Champions will take care of this, as it is underneath their keep. Let's go back.
Anything else further ahead is just travel land.
Nothing here that immediately captures my eye.
Nope, let's go.
Let's see. Let me. Just one second. 1 second.
You see a little bloodbane flip you off and run in the direction of the drow territory.
It's like 1 foot tall.
He moves just fast enough to not be able to be caught.
When you approach him, he says, "You've been gnomed."
Little gnome war.
Little gnome forge. Alrighty. Alright. Once again, asking for your passive perception.
16. I am double yours. Ooh.
Alright.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. I have a weird nervous system. I feel like me being able to hear people would be very rare, especially minor noises.
I don't have ears. I'm a slime.
I feel the undulation.
I need your undulance, brother.
Brother.
Your sacred undulance.
Especially for these expansive caverns. Definitely odd sounds that you've not heard before, except for maybe Leoris. Though Leoris can't place it, though you feel something might be watching you. But you can't exactly locate it. Find the bow! Looks at Leoris with the bow. No. I think... Who has a bow? Somebody in this group has a bow, I believe.
Nistri.
Does he?
I don't think he uses it though, he just has
No,
it.
he said he was like, I use it for hunting boar. I was like, bro, use your javelins. He's like, that makes way more sense.
that makes way more sense.
So he has a bow, but he doesn't use it at all.
No, I don't think he does. Because he was like, I have a bow for hunting. I was like, wait, you got javelins? He was like, oh yeah.
You can go spear hunting.
That's what he does for the
It's a
bow.
bow hunting boar. You stupid?
If you get a big enough bow, you can still use your javelins.
So, I mean,
I don't think any of us have.
I help anytime.
anytime.
Thank you, Hawkeye Goff.
No hit.
So just gonna start making your way back to...
Yes.
I guess so.
Let's go all the way to fucking Menzo Brains.
Are we going back to the keep?
Think we've
Oh,
overstayed our welcome?
What makes you say that?
Bad feeling.
as you start making your way back, especially on the acknowledgement of overextending yourselves in somewhere that very obviously does not want company. Passing through, you start to see spiders, small ones, trekking around. Could tell that where your footfalls had lain before. Starts to show that they were trekking you at one point. It's at that point you can see that Shin3 is almost too scared to walk forward, other than the fact that she's clinging to you, Leoris. She knows. She's looking at us.
Watch. These gates get to nothing.
Pursuing through, you can hear the occasional just as they skitter across walls and quickly push over and tuck into tighter corners out of sight. Occasionally as you walk, you see their legs slowly bend and fold into the cracks of the walls. A few that quickly tuck under and tight and hiding underneath some of the mushrooms and other mycelium you see growing around. You can even see a few that are peeking from underneath what look like trapdoors. Little funnel webs that have been purposely camouflaged in the tunnel. As you are making your way back, it's about an hour. Then there's a point where you hear stones fall. Not from a roof, but like somebody knocked them over. Quickly looking back, you can see a figure that dips behind one of the cavern walls, down the tunnelway a little further.
Big fucking excuse me, we have a follower.
Mm-hmm.
The audacity. Get him. Get him.
So you can pursue him? Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, I don't really. Nobody really seems to want to.
I'll speak to them.
So
They're running away.
Oh.
they were watching us and like fell back.
Yeah, never mind.
It's like right next to us. It's like, no, I don't want to engage with that.
It's too far away.
I don't need
Fine.
those negative vibes.
How far away was it?
As far as you could tell, it seems about 60 feet or so back.
If they're running back. Nah, could be a trap.
Could be.
Guys, we've got to be back in time for dinner.
But dinner doesn't bring the XP in.
Yes, I know. Luke wants to kill things.
We're-
But Crumbs...
We're already gonna be 2 hours late.
We shouldn't be down here.
Yes, they are constantly watched by our children.
Is that one of her children?
No. She'll point towards all the various spiders that are creeping along and hiding in crevices. Roll me a religion.
Silly Shintry, those are just spiders.
Mhm.
Bitch.
Perfectly normal spiders. Now come on.
Hey, was that one got a knife?
That has a hand crossbow.
That one's got a M1 Browning. What the fuck? Ah, but no, definitely know that it's suspected that Lolth can see through all the eyes of spiders, but you don't think that's entirely true.
I think Shintry's just a bit paranoid. We're
We really
leaving
want to
anyway,
go to
it's
the
fine.
Underdark. We can always find a way with less eyes watching it.
The Iron Father can't see through all of our eyes, can he?
That's what you think.
Oh god. We've got tracking chips in us.
Sees through the eyes of all iron.
All iron children. Only the children made of iron.
Just iron.
This is an iron ingot with googly eyes on it. He's munching.
Alright. Alrighty. So, just fully heading back now. Finally get back to the part of the desiccated tunnelways. Hear more rocks getting knocked over.
Man, those
He's still
spiders are really
following us.
rambunctious back there.
Yeah, it's so weird, these local tremors that only affect rocks behind us.
Mm-mm.
Can I, like, fall back to, like, the back of the group and cast Detect Thoughts?
Alright. How far does that go?
I believe it's 30 feet.
Alrighty. And I imagine just trying to target behind you.
I mean, yeah, I can sense if there is a creature there. If its intelligence is above 3.
Ah, joke's on you, they're fucking idiots.
Oh boy. You hear lots of whispers. They're going down the tunnel. Further around. Northern out. Close. House Shalabar. Pursue them. Follow them. The Black Iron One is with them. Come on, fess up.
Are you being made out of subpar materials over there?
Sir, I'm made of a superior alloy. I'm not iron.
Oh, I have an idea. As we continue walking, I'm just going to cast light on the wall and leave it there and keep walking.
Alright.
So that they would have to walk through the light if they want to keep pursuing.
Alrighty. Alright. As you do that, keep moving upward. The light's definitely there, and then out. It's gone.
What?
Pitch black. Can't even see beyond that point anymore.
Drow racial darkness.
Maybe we're just being followed by Shah, the god of darkness and loss.
Is this lost?
God damn it.
I'm sorry.
I'll just like quietly say to whoever's next to me. It's a lot more than just one.
Shall we hurry
How wide is
along
the
then?
tunnel?
The tunnel itself, full stretch for where you're walking is wide enough for 15 feet, so 3 people will cross. Pondering.
What if?
Keep directing my body.
And I will transfer to my echo and
Good
just
idea.
stand behind and watch.
Alrighty.
With
I
my
imagine
guard up.
I take one arm, Nistri takes the other.
Yeah.
I'll just, before he transfers his consciousness, I'll say to him, be careful, Harbinger, they're here for you.
Understood.
Alright.
Once the group moves off like 30 feet or so and I'm still left behind, we'll call out in Undercommon.
Who are you that hides in the dark?
So you call that out. And immediately you could see the darkness drops as one person walks forward. You can see them dressed in what seems to be a very dark black leather and a shield to match. Curious looking sword, fully ebony with silver thread decorating over. You can see the armor itself as well as embellished and emblazoned with silverish spider web going all the way to the back, where it seems to have flowing ebony gossamer with a design on the back very distinctual to maybe a house. You're not entirely sure. Very clearly, a silver-haired drow who stands at the ready, a warrior. My name is Zazrith. I've come for the Iron Terror that has stalked these tunnels.
Would you be referring to me then?
None other. I was excited to hear from the whispers that you were around again. Our children hunger for your blood. All the ones that you've taken, they were not yours. Matriarch will be very happy to have your faceplate removed.
Hate to inform you, but I have no memory of any of this. If you would like to enlighten me as to what I've done.
No, I've done like you another way. How about that? He, even at a disadvantage, he will take a shot with his hand crossed by you.
Well,
It's just an echo, though.
I know, but still.
That's a 26. So.
Yeah. The echo will poof.
Poof, as just right through the neck joint of it. So you know this man's got skill.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess as my consciousness returns to my body and I straighten up properly and can see and hear again.
Is hunting me. What would be the Iron Terror? Something that I did. Apparently slew many here.
All the more reason to not be down here. Shall we double time it?
Might be an idea.
I will lay a distraction. That should give us enough time to get away. Yeet.
Animals, animals,
Yep.
animals.
Animal,
Two
animal.
baboons and a tiger.
Alrighty.
I can't see.
Yeah, well, all they gotta do is run at him.
If they could
It's
see
fine.
him.
Well, I cast light on a rock and I toss it back next to the animals so they can see.
No!
We'll have one of the baboons pick it up. And then they can just go and fight him while we run away.
Imagine finally thinking you're about to get your revenge and you get attacked by some animals holding the rock.
At least I got this cool glowing rock, and then the cantrip runs out.
Shit.
So. You start pursuing forward. Baboon, and Tiger are holding the way. Let's see here.
They can buy us like 20 seconds, that's fine.
I doubt they'll even buy us 6.
How many of us are even down here?
Wait,
So we
hang
have
on.
us 5.
Yeah, Junius, everyone with you.
No. You all... I'm just...
All of you get past me. Now.
Alright.
As soon as you all clear past me, I'm gonna kind of breathe and writhe for a second as I then just expel the thorns of Zymon throughout the tunnel.
You're fucked.
Alright. So, with that, you completely coat this way with thorns. The way is blocked.
Let me hold them for now.
Oh my god. So, as the thorns are up, you do hear a few sounds from behind it. You hear the sound of 2 baboons screeching before hitting the ground and disappearing. It sounds like a brief combat with the tiger that was left behind. with that, Shintri, I think that was a soldier from one of the houses.
Which one?
Guess so.
I'm not sure. I did not see a symbol or hear a name.
Oh, I was close enough to see a symbol on them, right?
Yes, you did. So
I will tell that symbol to her. Explain it in detail.
alrighty. So, as you look up this, well, you describe this to both Leonis and Shintri.
Mm-hmm.
And it is the House of Agric Dier. Leonis, you know that Arapul Dier and Yasarina Dier are the leaders of this house. And that, especially for the fact that they have recently been removed from one of the counseling houses, being knocked down into the lower totem poles, that they are not the most amiable, and they have actually increased the number of houses of, well, enemy houses that they've collected. What the fuck? Yeah, don't worry. Elvish names in Underdark. But you know, Liarsal and Shintri, that this house harbingers a great amount of resentment and hatred of the current circumstances, looking to not only seek revenge, but also kind of find something to prove its worth once again in the eyes of Lolth.
House.
What did you say? Sorry? The tiger was purring.
Sorry, that was Rocky.
I was so curious what the fuck that was.
They are simply one of the lesser houses. Do not think we should expect too much backup for this particular soldier.
They appear to have quite a amount of resentment for me. Apparently, I have stalked these tunnels for some time.
Not only you are, though we should probably make the most of the distraction. think while we are unhindered.
Also, Elaine, as you were walking around with the detect thoughts, you realized that, especially for the myriad of creatures that you had passed by, the soft whispers that you heard behind you, those were all spiders spying on you.
What?
More than 3 intelligence.
Spider's scary.
Lamau.
And what was the name of... Oh yeah, it is any creature with an intelligence above 3. What was the name of the house that they said?
For that one, the house that they said was Shobalar.
Shorbala. Can I assume that was either Harbinger's or Lewis's house?
Heard them say that they were close to this, which is curious as to why a soldier from the house of Agrakdir was traversing their territory.
But Harbinger is from House Branberry.
Mm. Fun note, I assume you say that name out loud, Wayne?
Sure. Let's be like, do either of you know what the house Shorbala is? I think it's to Rylax and... I mean, sorry, not Rylax, Leor's and... Shintri.
That sounds like a drow house. Yes.
Leorsi would be for me, along with Shintri. This house is definitely far more famed for something far more deadly, and especially showing with the fact that the whispers of the watchers in the tunnels are showing that they had been notably specialized in arcane magics, have produced exquisite female wizards in the past, and have even magically bred specialty spiders for cavalry. Especially knowing in situation, you would imagine that this one soldier that's been traversing around may or may not have been searching for evidence, or even just currently spying on another house in enemy territory.
The spying on us is not exactly uncommon.
Consider us lucky that we did not run into the soldiers that are supposed to be in these territories. So then again, with the demonstration of the company we keep, Might have invoked some ire. Let's go to the nice drow and just never come back. But obviously with that, just the explanation of magical spider cavalry with exquisite wizards that accompany them.
Yeah, we're all currently being tortured to death.
Just with fear alone. But you're able to start making your way back. See, Jonas Lucius stops to purposely re-put the glyph of warding just as another safety precaution back into place. I will find you, iron fuck bag.
Good luck, you flesh fuck bag.
On a side note, he sniped the two fucking monkeys and then very quickly charged the tiger.
Fair enough.
Poor 3 health baboons.
That's fine. They weren't going to achieve anything.
They used up his crossbow shots.
Yeah, you wasted ammo.
Alright. So, with that, put all into place. Guarding defenses have been put back with glyphs of warding. You make it back to Stratham. Too spook. But you see, and especially here now, being back on the surface, Shindri is more relaxed and almost in a little bit of a hurry fashion goes to move upstairs from the larder in this storage below. And see that Lucius is starting to mark out various pieces to be able to block off this tunnel and still regain access to it when needed.
He needs to go do his study, after all.
It's true. But you can hear quite a few townspeople upstairs now. I will make sure that this is safeguarded and be diplomatic as possible. Though, obviously it seems they have their own matters tending with.
I'ma go entertain our guests.
Alright.
I should probably not go near them.
Hey, while we were leaving, were the tools that were next to the arcane circle all in, like, a basket?
They were in a leather surgical bag that purposely rolls out neatly. I would imagine you wrapped it up and took it with you.
I'll grab one of them just to look at it more closely.
Alright. So, checking these various surgical tools, you could tell that obviously some were purposely made for extraction of certain pieces of flesh or even the carving of bone. It's the party. I mean, Stratham doesn't have to be boring. It could be a poppin' party at the fort. Magic, baby. The unseen servant Piper is really busting it down.
They popping off, dude.
But you could tell that for many of the designs of these surgical tools, they have been purposed in attemptedly avoiding as many nerves as possible, as well as being able to preserve life while being used upon subjects. These ones seem blunted, as they had lived their life to the fullest in use and expanse, which leaves the almost daunting and haunting thought of how many people were probably victimized by these tools in their set.
Yeah, to blunt surgical tools, how much work were they doing?
Maybe they just had to cut through a lot of bones. That would make it blunt pretty quick.
They got them blunt, and then they just never sharpened them because they were cheaper blunt.
Goddamn right.
I mean, you don't care how your victims feel. It's fine.
Yeah. I'm doing vivisections. It doesn't matter how they feel. It's how long they last.
I get out my plastic disposable knife. Alright, time for your spleen removal.
It'll take an hour to cut through, but stay strong. We don't have any anesthetic. Just I don't know, bite your teeth.
Alright. So, you have time to entertain the guests. You could tell that a lot of the paladins are here to ease tensions as best as they can. Obviously, seeking out threats and other danger more rational, especially for the fact that obviously the whole of this fortress just trying to provide some food and support as far as they could tell. Doesn't seem like anything truly savage or evil is going on, though you could tell many of the other townsfolk are still keeping at a distance, though Jace very happily comes over to greet you, Chromesteel, and tries to, get a few more others to come over and be a little more respectful towards the invitation and the kindness that you and everyone else is showing with this magnificent fortress.
I'm gonna gauge how people respond to my general presence.
Definitely roll an insight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're terrified as fuck of you. Like, it's one thing to see a regular Warforged that's a little more smooth and rounded off, or maybe even a little weathered from, working on farms or other tasks and such. But to just see, like, how visceral your body is, it's just like, holy shit, he was made to kill people.
This thing was made for one purpose: murder.
Hey, what if we, finish the process and put metal on all your skin bits?
Are you actually saying that?
Oh.
That's probably not a bad thing to say to Junius to get an idea of what he would say to you.
I mean, we could give you... What armor are you wearing?
I'm pretty sure... chainmail.
Yeah, we could give you some better armor that makes it look like you're not half robot, half man. Some, I don't know, plate armor. With greaves, and gauntlets.
The whole shebang.
That cover up all of this.
You just pointed to all of me.
Yes, that's it. Cover all of that.
I mean, he has the cloak of protection. He can cover a lot of his body.
Yeah. If I had plate mail, I would be at 21 AC.
Yeah, seriously, we need to get you some better armor. Why are you still at chainmail?
So I have 19 AC.
It could be better. I have 24.
Nice.
That is with the shield, of course.
Rust monster?
Rust monster?
Yeah, please deploy
One
Rust
fear.
Monsters, Aisle 5.
Joke's on you, they're gonna eat half of me.
Yeah, they'll just melt the rest.
They'll just select the tasty bits like a picky child.
Damn it.
Is that the true secret? We just have the Rust Monster devour all the metal off of you, then you're just a man.
Rust monster and an ochre jelly walk
No,
into a
then
bar.
I'm just a corpse.
A fashionable corpse.
No.
We're here to finish the job. Shove them in the cube.
If we do like raise dead on you, like one of the spells that fixes dead people, does it put the metal back, or is the metal an abomination?
Yeah, what if we just kill you and cast True Resurrection?
What if we just kill you?
Go ahead and roll me a performance, Elaine. Damn. Those kids are having a fucking blast. You can actually see a nice little crowd of people are actually starting to build up around Elaine. Ah! With that, you do see a few people are kind of quizzically checking out the group as a whole. You know, some that are eyeballing the drow a little bit, you know, like kind of surprised to actually see drow this far out. But other than that, a few that are so-so. You can tell they're a little grumpy. Some are kind of trying to find things to complain about or try to keep the suspicion and judgment on for a time. Occasionally hear the few whispers and muttering, especially for the factor of even though Elaine's obviously very pleasant, but you can still see there's a good portent of suspicion, especially between the curious fact that it's drow infused harbinger, and then, well, there's a few that are kind of like curious what Rylax is, but you know, at a loss, and the others that are seemingly a little more comfortable with Cromsteel, as he was the one to come out to greet them all during the situation.
Yeah, I'm like at the door, shaking everyone's hands, asking them, then like getting to know everybody.
Meet the neighborhood kind of situation.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh no. Oh my god.
The child just flies into the stratosphere and never returns.
With a ceiling fan and
How do I
die.
go down? How do I go down?
You accidentally trip, stubbing your toe and losing concentration.
No.
I'll also cast Fly on myself and guide them around.
Kid doesn't know how to get around properly, and all you're just sitting there screaming at them. You stole fizzy lifting drink.
God, dude. But Yeah, you do see a few concerned faces, but at least happy that you're guiding him around. But watching it flying around with kids, it's like, oh damn. A lot of people are pretty entertained with that, especially find it, you know, pretty adorable. Kids a little surprised, but, you know, kind of, you know, trusting you more or less the situation as you fly around for the time that it's active. You can hear a bunch of other kids arguing, like, come on, I want to go next, please, hey!
I can only make so many people.
Soon as Lucius will follow suit and kind of give you a quartet to guide around flying wise.
Nice.
Oh.
There's flying children everywhere. Oh my god.
Let's play skeet shooting. Yeah.
Everybody level your crossbows.
Uh-oh.
Take aim, magic missile.
Don't
Pin
wa-
the bolt on the child.
Who wants to go to hell for a minute?
Who wants to be banished for
Pin the hellfire knife on the commoner. I think I got him.
A true tour of hell. Forever.
Oh shit, yeah, kid, take this and drop it.
Oh my
Drop
god.
it in hell.
It's a bomb.
Take this with you. What? It's just too bad that you're gonna be catatonic when they get there. Did I go? I was just blacked out for a moment. Just like your dad after so much drinking.
Got him.
Damn, son. Destroy. What? Especially with the curiosities going about, you can see that there's a few people who are kind of starting to murmur and cause a little bit of a noise and an argument. Not sure what was going on, but you could tell there's a bit of difficulty being had between some of the townsfolk there.
Oh. Time to look scary near them so they shut up.
Okay.
Out of the shadows, flesh.
Yeah, you can handle this peacefully, right? Yeah, you go get him.
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah. I'll break up the fight. I'll do it.
Ironically, yeah, as you get closer, you hear them like, I'm not sure if we can really trust them. Are you stupid? Like, did you see what happened with the last one? The whole thing was just absolutely awful. Even especially with, like, they just see you, like, approach and, like, towering forward.
Fucking 6'6" towering behemoth.
Wow, you're really that tall?
I rolled it. I rolled a
That's a-
random height.
That is actually awful. I always thought you were much shorter than that.
No.
6'6" is terrifying.
I rolled my height, and that's what I got.
The behemoth.
He's almost as tall as Zircon was.
Go ahead and roll me an intimidation as you come towering over to try and zilch this bad vibe going.
Yeah, it could be better.
They're gonna start trying to pick shit with you. You think you're fucking scared, huh? I mean, I was a part of that raid that took this place out. I was there. I was with you. I'm not afraid of you.
Take this shove.
I expect you to be afraid of me.
Yeah. That's exactly what I expect you to say back.
You think you're quite the tough guy, huh?
Yeah, I know I'm the tough guy here.
Come on then.
He's gonna start putting his fists up, like
No, barrel between us and put my elbow down on it. I'm challenging him to an arm wrestle.
Oh. You owned it. It's gonna be an arm wrestle off then.
Doesn't need to be violence, but there can be competition.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
Unlikely.
Gonna tighten his grip around your hand. Definitely not as strong as yours, what? Let's go,
Watch
motherfucker.
Harbinger beat this commoner.
That's farmhand.
I'm just like, yes. Would you like to?
So, with that, you quickly jerk him down. Fucking hell! It's fucking all that heavy metal on your arm. Definitely. You can tell he's like holding his elbow. This fucking lurched to the right and still in there.
Is he a challenge then?
Fuck you, come on, one more time. You can see his arms like all sore, but he's still gonna try and go for it one more time.
I'm like, I'm just sitting there. I'll kind of stand up, take a step back.
If you're going to blame the metal, let's remove it, shall we?
Oh god!
I don't remove the metal, but the echo comes out into my place, and we'll put its arm there.
Alright. Alright. Alright, let's go. Come on. Fancy fucking tricks. I'll beat that too. My god! Dude, I mean, he was there for, like, the fucking explosion at the temple and other crazy shit watching.
Yeah, I know, but it's just like...
But especially, like, fuck, he just crush his arm down. Fucking, what the fuck, man? God, gotta fucking throw grain sacks tomorrow.
If you have any injuries, try to speak with one of the paladins.
I think I might have to after that. Shit.
Are you satisfied? Your frustrations vented.
For now, you fucking big wall of iron.
That's pretty much my thing for the rest of the night. Is I'll arm wrestle people. Like, if they want to fucking go, they got frustration. I'll go on.
You're definitely getting the line of farmhands coming up for that shit.
I get a line, so I grab a second barrel and I get the echo and. Two at once.
Hey, come on, man. You got 2 arms on each body.
Hey,
That's
okay.
4.
You know, let's arm wrestle 4 people at the same time.
Fucking beautiful. God, 2 people are now just making like the most wonderful sight. Crom Steel's welcoming everyone nice and peacefully at the door. Nistri is probably, well, I would imagine Nistri's like showing off Dexus and Fitz and all the other animals he can call upon and such.
Breaking people's arms.
And then after, he'll join you in the arm wrestling competition.
Oh, yeah.
See Judas Lucius, after a while, finally comes back upstairs from the basement. Finally starts mingling with a few more people. Anything that Leoris or Rylex would be doing in the midst of this small celebration / welcoming?
I briefly contemplated doing something, but I was like, I don't really think I could find the justification to know that that exists.
Mm-hmm.
I was joking mentally with myself about using the trees to use fabricate to make like a just some random stuff, but nah, it's a bad idea.
Seesaw,
I think
rocking
that would cause a lot
horse.
of injury. Yeah, but it's like made out of solid wood. I think that would cause a lot of injuries.
Nah, you could two-piece it.
They'll come back with an insurance claiming it's the Warforged. My son, he crushed his spine on your seesaw.
What the fuck? That's a savage seesaw, bro. Crap.
I'm waiting for someone to actually want to fist fight me. It's like, you will die.
Well, like I tried to throw down with you, but then went straight to the armrest.
Hey, yeah. Look, I had to make sure that no one got killed. And also because this is meant to be a welcoming party, not a...
Not I'm gonna fucking eat your ass party.
Would have decked him once and he'd be dead.
But
Fucking farmhand.
how'd George die? Well, fucking got punched by that Warforged dude.
He ran into that dude's fist repeatedly.
Alright. Well, with all of this hospitality going on and the welcoming, obviously things have been kept peaceful and also livened up the party quite a bit more between the flying children, the arm wrestling, the wonderful greeting, the food and such, and other spells that might come to your mind in fruition. Overall, it seems that a lot of the townsfolk seem pretty warmed up to the idea of this newer and kind of more heartfelt group being moved into this location. You can tell there's still going to be some wavering eyes here and there, but they'll seemingly dwindle in time. No, there is no statue of Ironstride inside.
There's just a statue of Bloodmane inside.
No statue of the Iron Father, but it's just one giant crenellation of the fucking blood. Ah!
What again?
You wanted to animate object the fucking statue.
Hey, I want to join. Damn.
Here, let me animate the statue of your god so you can join the party.
No.
Ah!
You know.
Alright. So obviously that party carries forth for quite a bit of time. Shintri is on the upper ramparts, taking in just the fresh air and the stars, just being as far away as she can from the underground as possible while still being in the dark. With that, yeah, it's quite a long amount of miles there.
Mm-hmm.
But with that, obviously the party goes for quite some time before people finally start filtering out. everyone making sure that they are collected and head home to what has been refurbished enough of their houses. Junius even seemingly discussing with some of the townsfolk and other people that he would be able to help with some of his telekinesis as well as fabrication to help try and repair some of the homes, as along with mending. And even remarks that if there's heirlooms or other things, that collect as many pieces as they could so he could mend it back together and then try to repair pieces that might be missing. Offering his arcane skills and services to build an even better reputation with many of these people who've lost a lot. As the night fully settles in, who's been able to get a few cups in and have some good food and all, finally able to close the fortress's doors, the main gate at the front, and see a few paladins kind of keeping watch.
Finally, the door.
Not just a door, a gatehouse too, to match.
No, there can be no doors on a Warforged temple.
Never again. But this is not a temple.
No, that's true. Okay, it's fine.
It do need a temple, though. I would like there to be a temple.
Well, there is one. It's just on the upper floor, like a shrine. Just not a huge fucking walk-in Iron Father like before.
Yeah.
He kept it more subtle. Kind of like a chapel in old churches and such. Or not church, but old castles and such. But everyone's able to find their own bedrooms for the night. Or even if they want something a little more private, able to get the unseen servants to kind of escort them to a more preferable location. Let's see that. There's a few other matters discussed. Almond, Bailey, and Lucius discussing the future fortification upkeeps along with the teleportation circles and a few other pieces of parchment that he's collecting just so you can make sure that you have the teleportation circle scroll. Be able to learn it and get back when necessary. And draws the hellfires there. Just starts killing people. Ah!
Well, you need to get to hell in a hurry.
Hell in a handbasket.
Stab me with this dagger. What? Ah!
Shortcut. Speedrun strat.
Straight to hell. In the midst of this night, it is blissfully quiet. Even as the servants clean up the aforementioned party and all the other pieces laying about in the food. You can tell that there's a lot of plans that are set out for the future for the keep at Stratham. Especially for the fact that two of the drow decided to stay here and kind of start living their new free life here without worry of traversing across the arid expanse. many people who seem ready to warm up to the idea, but obviously it will take time. And Lucius, who has many studies to perform between the old rituals that were left behind there, as well as some of the pieces of evidence to try and make more diplomatic ties to the border that is near the Underdark section. Good amount of travel would have to be happening on foot, but depending on the expanse that they might control, probably would take maybe multiple days to be able to reach their home and have things discussed peacefully in an already tense situation, since Harbinger has already been recognized by one of them, though thankfully seemingly from a house further away. Pretty much what he did, Rex. Fabricated a full stone door for the time.
Good luck, I'm behind 10 inches of solid stone.
10 inches. Bitch, please. That's at least 3 people. As you make ready for bedding down for the night, you can tell that the beds are surprisingly soft. You were not expecting it to be this luxurious, but especially with these servants and other, it is the most comfortable place you've had to rest, aside from the various inns and castles that you've visited. Only one better would be probably the Rastro estate. Unless there's something else that somebody would wish to do for the night. This is true. It's gonna be a lot of hard, tough mattresses and beds to sleep on.
A lot of straw beds.
Yeah, baby.
So all right.
When the good old Roll20 goes, hey, you know how that was meant to be private? Well.
Huh.
You pray into Bloodbane?
No, actually I'm praying to Domino's.
Yeah, I would like a large extra cheese, triple wide surprise pizza, thick dish.
I mean, it's kind of obvious. Who else did he recently get a bunch of power from in exchange for his life?
You can't out Pizza the Hut, motherfucker.
Planet.
They'll just ignore that.
Wow, fuck you, Roll20.
Blowing up the spot.
Oh well. Don't worry,
Yeah.
none of us here meta, right?
Yeah.
No, it's alright. We didn't see the first half of the message.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Alright.
Shit, that was meant to be a whisper.
Son of a bitch! Alright.
Last whisper.
I subtle cast negative energy flood on the children.
Not the children.
The Iron Father accepts you. Just will wake up and suddenly he has like even more succulent lips. The faceplate is gone, it's just lips.
When you are Iron Strand, are you your own champion?
Yes. Ironstride doesn't choose a champion because he is his own champion.
Of course. Only you are suitable to be your own champion, of course.
It's a powerful like message of self-empowerment, but not so great for his followers.
I wish his champion was like a guy, like some other Warforged called like Gastron. No one quite punches like Gastron. Nah!
No, his champion is just the Warforged accountant that's at the back in the Iron City. He's just like, yeah, you're doing the only boring work. I champion you.
I champion you. You do my taxes now. What? My deity taxes. Did you see how well Godcoin on the crypto market is going? Keep that in mind, my little champion taxation agent.
Yes.
As soon as he hears the message that he's been crowned as his champion of taxes, like just the entire room just materializes with paperwork for him to do.
I've been ignoring these for 3,000 years. No.
You best get to work.
No. I'm going to roll 20 memes, you fuck.
We'll kill him soon, Spider-Mom. Don't worry, Celebrimbor. I'll get the ring back and shove it straight up his... I mean, wait, what the fuck?
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
New phone, who dis?
New phone, who dis? Yo, this Bloodbane calling.
Yeah, you ever noticed that? That Bloodbane stopped ringing your number? So nice.
Yeah.
Be my champion. Fuck off! Leave me alone! Be my champion. Alright.
Oh, hold on, I've got a thing in the D&D chat.
What do you mean, Olbo? We're going to the pit.
Well, yeah, pit first.
The pit will be our final stop because we will become trapped.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Go to Olbel, then the pit, and then the poof. Alright. So. Obviously, everyone gets a well-deserved sleep. There's a bit of noise here and there, but just Lucius setting up various wards and occasionally doing some extra research before finally reaching a state of powering down himself for the night. In this peaceful state, you tell that the seasons are starting to change. The cold is starting to set across the land. fall is now starting to sap away much of the heat. See, even in the distance, what seems like rain clouds creeping in from the west.
Oh god, Josh has remembered to make it rain.
Careful, we're gonna rust.
It's not just gonna rain, it's gonna get
Who needs a
cold,
rust
boy.
monster when you
You've
can
reached the
rain every
season
day?
turn.
Yeah, but we're about to go into the desert.
That's right. So ironically, since you've hit fall, it works out just fine.
Nice.
If only we had a flying carpet.
You're just gonna freeze your ass to death
What do
instead.
you do with it? Take turns?
Yes.
Use it as a blanket because it's cold.
Yeah.
You can do that with a regular blanket.
No, it's
First
a
you've gotta
magical
be-
blanket.
Magic
Flying
carpet
carpet.
blanket.
I love how I even stated it was gonna take like 40 days plus to get it made and then ship it out to you, and everyone's like, "It's here already, right?" I'm like, "No, it's just starting to get to that point."
It's here already, right?
Alex, don't forget to get the codes before we leave.
Boop, 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 boop.
What codes?
For the teleportation
The
circle.
magic circle codes.
Oh, that's a good point, yeah.
That's magic cycle.
So, come to the morning. After a peaceful night, the rain's starting to scatter down. The noise is blissfully washing over the metal roof. You see the breakfast is set out early. Lucius is just sitting there, reading over a few things from his notes, archiving a few more. Seems to have a few extra scrolls set out. Slowly slides over the entire table. I'm gonna eat them while it's breakfast accidentally eats all the breakfast instead.
Whoops, consumed everything.
Whoops, even the players.
That's silly you.
Haha, silly slime.
But obviously you're greeted somewhat warmly by Lucius, if you can consider it warmly. Very straightforward and monotone still.
Glad to see that you've all slept well. I assume you'll be traveling south. I took advantage of the situation and procured some more provisions. Even had made a chance to make some extra barrels of water.
That's very thoughtful of you.
Especially with the other matter, I understand full well that it is necessitated, especially being used to many of the sky ships of the Strona. Presumed that an arid expanse wouldn't exactly have any drinkable sources. I would also be able to save you on magical properties.
If only we had one of those legendary food tables I've heard about.
Mitherin has usually kept many of those to her own volcanic forge. Though that sits aloft in the sky now, so it is not easily attainable. Though there are still some in Nutchester.
It is fine. We'll manage.
Of course, I would offer my own that I have recreated at home, though I do enjoy having that for alchemical properties.
Very fine use.
Would there be anything else that you require of me? I do have these scrolls here.
Pushes the 2 forward to the front of the table for you. It is 2 scrolls of the teleportation circle.
I can also do it myself, but I'll take that.
Give one to Elaine and one to Parallax.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Sure.
Now we go sell them, right?
Yes, sir. Fifth level spell scroll.
Yeah.
That's thousands of gold.
Fucking shoot me.
Okay, Rylex can cost it.
That's what you chumps did with Nora.
No, it is not. It is 100% fucking not. The person
That's what fucking caging.
Yep.
We were like, oh cool, we can get back home. Fuck you guys. I respected that shit. It was immediately violated. But anyway.
Do we want to go see what Ghost has before we leave? We did have magic items last time.
Well, perhaps he has something new. Though I don't have a lot of money.
Yeah, we haven't accrued much cash lately.
No, our last paycheck was spent on a lot of diamonds.
I do have like 2 things I can sell for money, so if there is something we
TP
want.
scrolls.
No, like I have junk magic items that I'm not using and I know nobody else wants.
Yeah, you want some scrolls that let you get right into the Iron Champion's temple.
Those boots.
Yeah. Yeah, I will ask Junius. So you're going to be putting a teleportation circle here too, right?
That is the idea. It's already been crafted. It will be maintained by Almond.
Could you tell me the runes so I can write them down for later reference?
That would be detailed in the scroll as well.
I guess I never had one of these before.
I made sure to make extra note of that, specifically.
Very good then. And no, I'm not selling the boots.
Boots of Ocus be
I won those boots from being the fastest, and I intend to wear them forever.
Okay.
Plus, also, I feel like the amount of people that could actually use that item is like 1.
And then be like, we're done, we're gonna eat now. I'm like,
Just give it to like the fattest fucking town who can't run that fast.
Watches the out sprints everybody.
I'm so fucking fast! Holy shit!
And then he gets a heart attack from all the physical exertion.
Hold on!
Oh, that's a good question, actually. What spell stops a heart attack? Like, how hard do you have to go for that?
Probably greater restoration.
Doesn't that take like a minute to cast? Wouldn't they be dead?
That's an action.
Oh, I'm gone.
Yeah, because lesser, I'm pretty sure, gets rid of like poisons, but greater gets rid of curses and other bad effects.
What's this?
I was just asking out loud, like, how hard is it to stop a heart attack using magic?
You can't. Just kill him.
Stab him.
You
Just let him die and revivify.
When normally the ones causing those heart attacks. More specifically, stabbing those hearts.
See, it even rhymes. Let him die, revivify.
Exactly.
You know what? That could be like the slogan of the dodgiest fucking like medical clinic.
Just ripping people off with extraordinarily expensive diamonds.
Doctor, why did you slit that person's throat? You could have saved them. No, it's cheaper to revivify them.
Revivify.
Just fucking kill him.
The doctor's just a grave cleric. They punch him out before they heal. It's more effective this way.
But I was at 90% health. No.
Been clinically practiced by our head cleric, Cordelia.
when Rugru had 1 HP.
When he existed.
Yeah.
Fuck, I hate existing.
Oh, he don't exist no more. So. Heading to Ghost's shop, I assume?
Yes.
Yes, why'd you get the lisp?
Yes.
Well, it's important for confirmed plans.
Let's get a list!
Because I know we came from somewhere that would sell us literally anything, but he might sell us something special that we want.
Ghost, do you sell a soul-crushed hammer?
Why?
I might have a couple laying around.
Ooh.
Why do I feel like I can't trust you right now?
He goes into the back and comes back like a large crate and opens it. It's just all the soul crushed hammers.
Yeah, got them fresh in stock. Why, you ask?
They came in today in an unmarked box.
At nighttime, they glow and whisper to me. It's kind of strange.
keeps telling me to kill.
It's me to bash people over the back of their head at night.
Enjoy the savagery. Alright.
Raggy.
I can't do a fucking Scooby-Doo voice. My voice is too fucking deep.
Raggy.
Which is really weird, because I can still do coup push just fine. Fucking figure that one out.
The large listings of Ghost. Ghost and Company. He definitely would have a haversack.
I mean, that's a pretty good item. Even if it is just action economy inventory. Any hand sack. Oh yeah, you know, instead of like the current term, like hover hands, you got haver hands.
Or we could go into the fucking Underdark for some reason and mine some gems.
Currently in his shop.
Full of armor.
A lot of dead people.
Yeah.
I love dead people.
Oh damn, if we had a druid, that +2 moonsicle would be pretty lit.
Fucking Mary Poppins, Rod.
That is a really cool item.
Ah, yes, +1 blowgun. Just what I need.
But you can't expel air through your mouth. How will you?
You're right. I'll just until it just you scream into the pipe.
But yes, he does have handy haversack as well as bags of holding and a few other things, but they're a little more expensive.
How much is the rod of flying? Because I love that item.
The rod of flying is only 300 gold.
Only 300?
It's just flying around. It doesn't do anything combatively.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
Isn't that trick with Mithril is it gives you the proficiency?
That's only the Mithril chain shirt. That's the only piece of armor that just
What?
gives you proficiency with it.
Why
Mithril
not?
armor normally is just an armor category. It's just light.
Okay.
If you specifically want a Mithril chain shirt as a sorcerer, you can wear it.
It's
How much for a bag of holding?
Well, my dex is so high that mage armor is better than any mithril I could get.
How high is your dex?
Plus 3.
16? Yeah, that's pretty good.
Damn.
It's
It's my second highest stat.
it could be it's so light and flexible. It could be worn under any piece of normal clothing, as well as the fact that if it would impose disadvantage on dexterity stealth, it's so light and quiet that it doesn't make it, and you don't get disadvantage for stealth.
Yeah, it doesn't mention anything about just being able to wear it if you know proficiency.
Yeah, if you get the chain shirt gives you 16. Well, it gives you 17 AC if you wear it, but you don't get any benefit from your dex.
Yeah. But that one would be scale mail, so that would be 14 plus dex, so 16 base.
For bag of holding.
Bag of holding, he would run you about 800 gold for a bag of holding.
We've already got one, right?
We have 2. I have one and Eastry has one.
Mm-hmm.
What about the haversack?
Yeah.
The haversack only about 400 because it's a much smaller compartment.
Well, to aid in your purchase, I can throw down the Trident of Fish command that nobody wants and we should probably just sell, rather than me carrying it forever.
Yep.
And then, well, how much is the Trident worth first? Because depending on what you guys want.
For the Trident of Fish command, because he is doing, obviously, the half-price salesman typical of 500 gold for that.
That's good, that'll cover your haversack. If that's what you want, Elaine. Elaine?
I can afford it on my own.
Oh, okay.
The only one item that is not listed there that he does have in stock, but it is expensive, is a flame tongue greatsword.
That is pretty good. That's pretty lit.
That is spicy.
Though it does have a oddity accompanied to it. Which is why he's kind of kept it in the back room for a time. People slain by it disappear without a trace.
God. What the fuck?
Hellfire, fiery greatsword.
War crimes.
He's just kind of looking at you in this situation. He's like,
If it was a hellfire, it would make a lot more sense. I'm not sure what this does, and I've never been able to figure out where they go.
Yikes.
That's why I kind of keep that one in the back room and away from everyone.
Okay. I will pay your haversack has been wiped away by the power of the trident.
Did you pay for Chrome Steel's one?
Yeah, I paid. Oh, you're paying for it? Okay.
Yeah. I can buy that much.
You keep your money. I'm still pretty good.
Anything else that people might search around for?
Nah.
Alright. With that, you're able to, in the midst of the rainy day, make good use of your parasol, your rod of light.
Free umbrella.
Just picture, like, Rylax floating through the fucking sky as a goopy ball underneath the fucking parasol.
Gelatinous cube floats towards you menacingly.
Look like a fucking tiki bar drink at that point.
That is a good point, yeah.
It's fucking great. What? With that, the cart is made ready. And see that Shintri and Galeth are fully at the ready, making sure that their things aren't getting wet, and the wagon cover and canvas is fully over the back. Horses are fully made ready for the travel. Going to start heading south towards the pit? Or is there something else that you would like to impart on before leaving?
Yeah, let's go talk to that drow house before we leave.
Top 10 bad ideas. Number 1.
Going to a drow house. Matriarch survival simulator. And yes, you are proficient with land vehicles, Elaine. I forgot to
Thank
mention.
you, God. It's been like 7 weeks of me driving poorly.
Hey, I am also driving.
This is true.
Asshole.
So both of you would have it, but if you didn't, for the amount of practice you had. So, heading the road on a very long trek towards Olabel. Between you and the Airlands, only other place would be Falkirk, but I imagine heading straight for the pit from definition of what people were saying.
Yeah, we don't need to go to Falkirk.
Alrighty.
All the homies hate Falk.
So, getting on the road, as it will take you a full 2 weeks to arrive at the pit. You can tell that, especially with the rain is going on at the certain, in the circumstantial situation, and the fall kind of washing over. Bit chilly this far north, especially with the fresh green and the ocean not far from the, well, your location. Even if it is 2 weeks, the breeze enough with the rain carried is chilled enough. definitely slows your trek, as riding in a cart, and even with horses, trudging through mud doesn't make it too easy. Just like Minecraft. You get there and it starts pouring down harder. The whole arid land starts flooding. It's the 200-year floodplain. Guess what?
Bet you didn't realize we're in the Nile.
The pit's gonna be full of water.
What do you care? You don't breathe water. Or at all.
It's true.
Oh, yeah.
Walk in,
Oh, yeah.
Howard.
You won't.
Pussy.
But it's dark down there. Can't light a torch.
Open your eyes.
But it's dark down there.
But your eyes glow. All right. So, third day of Critius. Have a beautiful morning star shining to show you the direction of the North Compass. Able to keep track and easily traverse the lands, especially with Nisri still kind of guiding the way survival-wise and having a better understanding with the stars and being able to trek. Start making your way past most of the forest areas. You can see a few farms kind of sparsed around between Streatham and Falkirk. Other places that look like they would belong to kind of a lumberyard company as you start trekking further and further away towards the arid expanses. As you are moving along the road, you can tell after about 2 days there's a certain stretch of farmland that, especially the amount of mud trudging along, definitely seems quite annoying to be able to traverse through here. You don't see too many carts, and you can see that it's not a well-pathed freight route. More or less just for farm animals, chickens, ducks, and all the other such creatures that you would see more foul. You see a few drunken farmers that are just kind of on the roadside, you know, just working away. Others that are kind of drunken, stumbling around and trying to keep doing their work. A little more depressing on that front. So, as you get further along towards the more thicketed forest areas, a little more wild and lost sections that get close to the borders, definitely start to take note of a few oddities. Overgrown plants, things that seem to kind of be choking back the grasslands, and overgrown bushes in these areas as the open farm and grasslands have been fallen behind into more thickets. Slow your wagon down a good portion, but you're able to keep going for a time until finally you hear as one of the axles give way and break underneath. So, with this, at the current circumstance, 3 days out from Stratham. Recently passed some farmlands, about a half a day back. And you now have a busted axle. I need to figure out what you're going to do.
I think we should kill ourselves. The journey has ended.
That's it. Game over.
Mending spam. Alright. Just gonna start mending the wood back together.
Yeah, I mean, if Junius could do it, I can do it.
Alrighty.
I jump up and down on the cart to break it
God damn it.
with my fucking 300-pound ass.
Yes.
Fucking damn the thickness, boy. But you can tell that, especially for the amount it's been mended back together already, should hold for a time. Though, you can tell there's definitely a little more material missing this time. It's true. He's a heavy-ass motherfucker.
Well, it breaks again. I could try to fabricate one, although I don't think I'd be able to do a very good job.
Fabricate them blankets. Old Bill Trail. It's true. So, 3 days of travel, 3 days of ration. How many rations you got left?
How many did Junius give us?
He gave you water.
Wait, Nistri can hunt for 10 people every day.
This is true.
Every time he spears like an elk, and just a second elk spawns on top of it dead.
Fitz just getting real sick of this shit. Alright. So, depending highly on Nistri for his survival expertise.
Are we 10 people? We are, aren't we?
Let's see. So, Elaine, Leoris, Chrome. So that's the 5. Only 2.
Oh wait, we're like 8 people. 2 of us don't eat.
Oh yeah, true. We are Elaine, Leoris, Rylax, 2 Drow.
Mm-hmm.
Nistri.
What do you mean 2
6.
Drow?
2 Drow.
I heard you require food and maybe water.
Yeah, we're fine.
Quick, in order to make sure I don't weigh down the cart anymore, I summon my Echo and I piggyback on its back and it flies me around.
What the?
Neum.
Just hear your soul screaming on the other side. You motherfucker!
Fucking kill you.
Alright. It is a pleasant time traveling as you are getting through a good portion of these forests. It's time to make use of an old map.
That's so much food. Is it gonna be the old forest map, or we're gonna be ambushed by some bandits? Please let it be exactly that. Bring back
Give them some of our food and they'll fuck off.
Yeah. God, that day was great.
Wait.
A spell each night before we go to bed.
So you're telling me right now is that you could build a wall out of food and water in just an action?
Yes.
See, 45 pounds of food and 30 gallons of water, and it also creates containers for those. That sounds pretty sizable for a barrier, and that's only an action.
It does make containers.
Yeah, if you have containers, you can put the stuff in them.
But you need them first, boy.
Soggy magic bread would also make a good barrier.
Soggy magic bread. In the middle of the night, you hear a sound the alarm! Something broke the bread!
Not the bread.
Grab all the tokens like crazy once again. Soggy bread! Soggy bread. Did you want some soggy bread? Every single fish in the world right now. Yes! Get me the fucking bread already! Fuck!
Pass the bread.
It's time to shift those maps. Time to die, motherfucker! Because I can. Big
hey.
fucking map.
The poker table's still there.
Damn right. You think I'm gonna get rid of the poker table?
Oh,
Bullshit.
hell.
Good fish.
Gambling, I meant. Wait, shit, wrong one.
The wench thought that was her tip.
What's that up your sleeve?
I don't think so.
My arm.
I don't think so.
Fuck.
Gambling I'm in.
Damn it. I don't want to play Red Dragon in again.
Welcome.
Fuckers.
Here to torture you forever, motherfucker.
We haven't played it in so long.
I know.
That's because every time that I want to suggest, you guys are doing something.
It's because we're so popular with each other.
Want to play Baratron?
Nah, sorry,
But
I haven't
first,
planned to
Nice
play.
Tree is going to be assailed.
Oh no,
What?
not an East Tree.
Specifically on the trail. Oh shit!
It's
Suddenly,
this angry elk.
you hear something absolutely terrifying. The sounds of as it breaks from the bush. It starts charging him.
Oh,
A fat, undulating figure.
Oh no, not fat.
a turkey. Oh, Nurgle.
Gross boy.
Yo, it's Bill from accounting. It's gross.
Yeah, you thought you still need to pay your taxes.
Oh no.
Let's come for our taxes. No.
At the
Don't
same
give him a
time,
single penny.
the bush that he ran from stands up.
Oh God. Oh jeez.
Oh, it's one of those things.
Hold it.
It's a
Ini-
corpse flower.
Initiative, motherfucker. It's
Our
time.
old boss, I can still see the pastries.
Oh no, a cauliflower.
All that butter.
Evil cauliflower.
So much butter. Because why not?
Again, feel like I'm in a Pokemon battle. Go, Nistri! Use Smite!
You're goddamn right, son. bringing that corpse flower power. And a bloated ghoul.
Yummy.
I'm gonna eat that.
Eat it.
Yummy.
Don't.
Which reminds me, I need to roll an enemy street.
No, new street.
That's right.
I should have left Knee Street. Strath.
I mean, you had plenty of time to buy shit.
Let's fucking go.
This thing immediately launches out. It's gonna latch onto Fitz and start ripping into him.
Oh no.
Horrible.
Oh, what a terrible fate. They both hit. As you see it just start ripping into Fitz and just falls down.
Oh god. It actually got him. Oh no, Knee Street.
Yeah, Knee Street dead.
Just clambers over and just this fetid smell is wafting over and the horses rear up in panic. Elaine, Rylax.
Burned now?
Yes.
Oh.
Elaine, Rylax, roll me an animal handling at advantage because you at least know how to control them.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Ah.
I know these horses like the back of my hand.
Bye, Knee Street. Have fun dealing with the evil cauliflower.
Alright.
Imagine the issue there being the back of your hand constantly changing.
That was the point.
Well, thankfully no longer surprised at the same time. Let's see. Before even getting to move. You're over there now. Leoris!
Fuck. I draw my sword, summon Illustrator's Blessing, and I will swing at this one. Swing!
Definitely bites into this fetid fucking flesh of this creature. Alrighty, a fucking solid 16 and 4. As you do this, you slam down into this bloated figure, and suddenly you just see this as these disgusted greenish yellow vapors pour out from him. Make me a Constitution saving throw. DC 14.
Uh-oh.
Alrighty.
Paladin Aura.
That is true. That is true.
Alright, +4.
Alright, so you will not be poisoned.
Ow!
Stings your nose. The horrible, noxious vapors just grip at your flesh. Will that be all of yours?
Yes.
Alright. The bloated ghoul. He's gonna try and take a claw attack at you. 16 to hit you.
Miss.
Excellent. And then he's gonna try and bite Knee Street with advantage. It definitely does for the 23. Swings at you wildly, and then immediately turns on Knee Street and just starts chewing down on his arm as he's like trying to defend himself from the ground. And I need to make a con save for Nistri real quick. He's fine. Power move by Josh. Kill Nistri. Never have to deal him again. Aren't you happy? It's one of those specialty tokens too, the purple.
Yeah,
Harbinger.
Does purple mean gross?
Yes, And you know what? Let's try the thing. I sacrifice a hit die. I get a big glowy great axe.
But the flowing power of Xymon rips through this, and just immediately you see the beautiful accents of the gnarled wood gripping up, and you can even see not just the purple, but the beautiful flowing teal sap seeping up to the crescent of the metal.
And in the same fell move, I ignite it with Zymon's rage. This flower about to get real fucked. Hello, bozo.
Alrighty, both of those definitely fucking hit. Very fucking nice as you start ripping through these flowers, and you can see all these various corpses that have been stuffed in there. And it looks like there's almost like a nest, almost like the bloated ghoul and the corpse flower had like a symbiotic fucking relationship of roaming around with this thing hidden inside it to pounce other creatures.
Yeah. I'm trying to action surge. It's gross. Yeah.
They both hit.
Oh, wow, okay.
There you go. As you just start slamming through the flower, it just seems to coil and try to wrap around you as it's just getting slashed down. Buds are falling everywhere. Old fetid flesh is starting to fall out, and you see arms and pieces of other merchants and creatures. You see a horse head fall out.
Ew.
Oh.
Ew.
Ew.
I'm glad we're putting this thing. Thing's probably looking terrible right now. Ew.
It smells god fucking awful.
Yeah. Alright. That's me done.
Alright. And then Crumbsteel. Your fellow paladin is getting fucking munched on.
He's getting munched on. I'm gonna help him. Crumbsteel will ride around, draw the tax blade, and ignite it with the purple energy. This is undead, right?
Indeed it is, sir.
He's gonna get smited. Taxman cometh.
Yes, yes, smite down the taxation ghoul with your tax blade.
Just you get to see him in full glory.
Oh, you've got a PNG.
Yo, he nasty.
Yo, he looking pretty good.
He looks like he's on his way to the all-you-can-eat buffet.
Yeah, it's called Nistri.
Alright. Is he still alive?
With that, you slammed the tax blade in and see a ripping amount of energy go flowing through him and radiant. You see the purple course through his veins as the gas expels out towards you, Crumbsteel.
Fair enough.
Go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Poison?
Yes, sir. So at advantage.
Yep. 14.
Just enough. You are
Okay.
not affected by this fetid smell as it clings to your body from this giant bloated corpse.
I'll hit him again.
Alright. Another 30 as you rip through again, and since you struck him once again, make me one more con save, my good sir. Perfect.
Be good.
Just these spores and these nasty face smells just washing over you. You can just see these very disgusting oily mists trying to cling to your body.
Ew. And that is the tax blade out of charges. So I'll put that away.
That's right. Mysteries were immune to the with the parry, but he could still be paralyzed. The normal claw rake. Elaine.
I assume horses are still going crazy.
Yes, they are still going apeshit. Shintri and Gleth are just holding on for dear life.
I'm just gonna turn around for a second. This thing looks like a plant, so I'm gonna explode it with some fire.
Fuck it up.
Try to avoid my friends with the work of the level 3. It's very sad.
Dixie save definitely fails. You can tell it's extraordinarily effective against this creature. Just starts melting away huge pieces of the plant in the pods. It just crumbles down into black ash, falling away. And see a lot of the corpses just falling out in what looks like a mangled merchant.
May as well pump a sorcery point to do a quicken spell. Cantrip Firebolt. It's not supposed to have advantage, that was unfamiliar, but I think a 24 hits.
That definitely do. Oh. That... you effectively just... an eruption of flame. Just start roasting through this plant before it even gets a chance. You see the tendrils trying to coil around everyone. And just wafting this pollen that just ignites. Just combs over. And just sinks to the ground in a festering pile of embers and just remaining soft stenches. Will that be all?
Grab onto the reins.
Alright. That's gonna take an action, so that'll be it for you as you're going for a ride. Relax!
I'd like to attempt to hit the brakes on the horses.
Roll me another animal handling.
At normal.
Shoot them in the back of the head.
That'll stop them.
Yes, sir. Oh my! Alright! Going for a ride, boys.
In your panic, you forget the common word for stop and instead say faster.
Yeah!
I'm whipping them to make them go faster.
Accidentally.
Whipping them. Stop! Stop!
Oh boy! Oh! Will that be all? Because that was your main action. Sorry.
I don't have anything else to do.
Alright. Nistri. He's gonna stand up. He's gonna ignite his maul because he ain't gonna fucking have this bullshit going on.
Smite him.
Alright. You got that good advantage. Oh, yes, you do. Alright. What levels of spells do he got right now? He's got level 3? Sure, why not? So that'd be 5.
Donkey.
That on the double boost of his fucking maul. Yeah, that's definitely more than enough with the 2 swings just quickly followed up by... You just hear the ghoul just... as you... ribs crush down, the head pops inwards into his gullet. You can just hear the soft... as spores are pouring out of the body of this bloated, disgusting, fetid monster. That top of the round. Let's see. To Leoris, as the horses are taking everyone for a ride at full dash. Pretty much the Leoris. Are you muted?
Leoris.
Main action and key point dash. I'm just gonna start chasing after the wagon.
Alright. Alrighty. Will that be all?
Yeah.
And Harbinger.
I dash. Get here. Yeah. Get my echo to like here.
Alright.
Wait, hang on. I'm stupid.
30 feet. Alright, so yeah.
That's as far as I get.
Alright. The horses are quickly outfacing. Crawl! The chase is on.
Oh god. The chase.
Horses got
Get on
spooked,
the
bro.
magic cup.
Valiant can dash for 120.
So you can keep pace with them.
Gets me there.
Alright.
Making them stop!
We have the food. Don't let them escape. Alright. Elaine.
Alright. Horsey Stumpy. Any spells I can do to help this?
What do you want? You can get creative with it.
Fireball
don't
in
know if I
front of
really
them so
do.
they stop going forward.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
What if that makes them even more upset?
Just starts ripping the card apart and books it in separate directions.
I was thinking maybe I could animate objects to the cart, but then they'd probably just rip off the fucking restraints.
Probably.
Or choke themselves out. I will attempt to calm the horses.
Alright. Go ahead and roll me an animal handling to try and soothe them as they're in full panic.
Roll a 1.
There you go!
It's like a 1, but in reverse.
Alright.
Job.
So they're definitely slowing their pace. You can tell there's still a little spook level there. Relax. Can you finish soothing them as they are just thundering forward and finally getting back to pace as Elaine manages to calm them enough?
Let's try. Come on, slow down, horses. Oh, okay. I didn't do terribly for once.
Especially with the net 20, and finally you able to actually soothe them. They finally slowly come to a stop, as they are still a little riled, but you can tell more or less just kind of like looking around, tails whipping back and forth, and just kind of, you know, nervously keeping an eye on the rest of the bushes and everything else around them. That is combat.
Get the...
We did it!
Unfortunately, Fitz got fucking consumed by the ambush.
Yeah, he did.
It's fine, he can get a new Fitz.
Fitz just comes back and is like, what the fuck, man?
See, Valiant, I treat you so much better.
Say that 3 times. Oh.
That's not just because less things want to eat it. Him? I don't really know.
Valiant to him. Also, I keep a fine steed prepared at all times, so I can immediately resummon him if something happens. Or like when he was being chased by forest giants.
Yeah, brought inside instead of left outside to play tag
Yeah.
with death.
Fitz was playing tag for like 16 hours straight.
Yeah, it's fine, you know, that celestial beast needs some exercise.
See, Valiant is not my tool. He is my friend.
This is true.
You should have to work on him with tools, though, you know?
It makes sense. Alright. With that bout of excitement, the curious ghoul flower that had surprised you for a time, but Nistry's able to lay on hands and mend his arm. Just a little angry at the surprise corpse attack. Goodbye, Forest Fire. I didn't do. The corpse flower did.
Rack your tax blade.
Plink, 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 plink.
I am actually running out of gold coins now.
Don't worry. The moon typhus is excited for your taxation. The moon of fortune.
Hell yeah.
But with that, you're able to get to the end of the travel's extent here again. You can tell that some of the wagon wheels and the axles are getting a little rugged and beat up, even though obviously mending can do so much. The regular wear and tear of metal grinding away over the paths for a lot of the lingots and other pieces, as well as the bindings on the wheels, are starting to shave off eventually. But I feel like it can do a good portion of the journey still. Of course, man, carts don't last forever. They need upkeep. That's the other difficulty, is yeah, you're gonna have to leave the cart behind every time. Alright. With that, you're able to bed down, make your Galder's Tower, and support it with the extra tiny hut for protection.
Cool.
Be at this point that calendar will tick over to Volin, the 7th of Quishius. Mia is nowhere in sight as it is a new moon. The sky is dark for the time. that, you do hear just the wonderful sounds of nature at night echoing through the forest. Everything is peaceful. Not too much other than a few owls and other creatures that you would expect to hear. The occasional slither of a snake hunting a field mouse and such as you pass through. As the night proceeds quietly, it's closer towards the 2 a.m. mark. You can occasionally hear a huge thoof, 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 as something treks through the forest. Same thing again as you hear that song. Something heavy is nearby. Though even in this darkness, with a little bit of light that you do have, some with their dark vision, unable to make out exactly what is making that noise, even if it is close. Who's on the upper floor?
Usually me and Rylex.
Oh boy.
I would be in front of a window, AFK sleeping, but also
Since nothing
looking out the window.
Also, since nothing had happened all day, I probably would have used the 5th level spell, so the tower has an extra bedroom floor.
Alright.
Nice.
Like, I might as well. Instead of cramming everybody down into the basement.
What's your passive perception, Cromsteel?
Only 10.
16.
Need to try and find this real quick. I may have an easier time on my token page. Yeah. No. There you are. Wizard casts anti-magic ball. I mean, you guys fought wizards earlier. That castle fight was pretty fucking brutal. Alrighty.
That's why you don't do magic while drinking.
Alright. So, Crumsteel.
Yes.
As you're watching outside the window, you see something come stand over the tower. As you peer out the window, you see 8 vicious red eyes looking down at you.
Oh, it's a big fucking spider! I stand very still.
They warned us.
Yep,
Why is there a fucking Among Us?
I remember the Snurfbloods talking about the spiders the size of trees.
The legs emulate grown trees. And at the top of the canopy is a savage, serrated tooth spider maw that stares down at you with a very acidic breath that wafts down towards the window. And that. Let's see.
Are you about to leave us on a cliffhanger of the spider looking at us?
Let's see.
Golders Tower is just a regular tower. I assume it's resistant to being tipped, because having a 5-story tower that's that thin would be ridiculous. But, you know,
Thankfully,
it's still just a normal stone tower.
Thankfully, it misses you, Cromsteel.
It misses.
Well, you do have a very high AC. Thank fuck for that.
What did it shoot at me?
But as it stands there, you see as it connects with the window, and it covers the whole entire canopy of the window, a very nauseating smelling web that wafts through the tower for a moment before it reels back and rips part of the stone wall off. Because it latched it on and immediately reeled it back. And we'll leave off there until next week.
I don't like that. I
We
don't like
frightened
that.
Spider. I was
No,
gonna
no.
stand still and pretend to not be here, but I think it knows. I
No,
think
no.
it
No,
fucking
no, no, no,
knows.
no, no, no.
No, it missed because it doesn't know you're there.
Yeah, it's just
They
programmed
have
to do that.
Yeah, it's programmed.
Pre-programmed.
It's programmed to walk in a straight line, and this tower appeared out of nowhere. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. We're in its
This
path.
wasn't here.
Aren't naturally
It wants
occurring
me.
creatures awesome?
No, not really.
It's not natural. Don't even lie to me.
The
It is.
spider's not a natural formation.
When she says your dick is not a natural formation. Oh my god.
That's right, baby.
But you now
I
see
ate
why
food for the
many...
Monsanto Corporation.
You're now starting to see why many of the people had not traveled this way.
Yo, let's go live in the Underdark.
It's safer.
Yeah.
It came to you. Ah. Isn't Lolf so nice?
Okay.
Lolth, you bitch. Why are you up here? Go back to the Underdark.
Oh, fucking...
Okay, so. Yeah, we get 4997 XP, right?
Let me get that XP for you. Also, thank you to Danger Noodles for following. Everyone else who's been enjoying the viewership of the time. If you want to continue watching more of the shenanigans of everyone here, definitely keep tuning in every Friday at midnight. I would imagine... What time is it for Australia? Like 10 o'clock?
8:30.
8:30.
Yeah, we went from 3:30 to 8:30 today.
But yes, it'll be a continuing campaign going all the way through. Probably for maybe another year and a half. We'll see.
Yeah, the last one only lasted for 2 years and a bit.
All in wonderful time.
Omar notices your lady rabbit.
The fuck did you just say, Nani?
That's one of my viewers. The name is Lady Rabbit.
Lady Rabbit OO.
It's the best name. Then again, we've had a lot of gems of names coming through, but then again, none as so eloquent as Lady Rabbit. So, you all getting 1100 XP each.
We're getting there.
You're climbing. You're climbing. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely.
Close.
tantalizingly close.
Us to Shintry. Wolf can't get you up here.
Oh god.
I'll get you, bitch.
Spiders are just everywhere. There are spiders in every corner of every plane.
I mean, yeah, but she can only like see through the ones that are underground.
It is true.
Alright, boys. I'm gonna go. I'll catch you later. Thanks for the game,
Hey.
Josh.
Peace.
Peace.
Bitch.